Well, good evening, race fans, and those of you watching on YouTube or have just tuned in. We want to welcome you here to the New Egypt Speedway for night number one of the Pinewood Showdown. Of course, headlined by the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman. The Crate Sportsman will be in action tonight with timed hot laps in the two fastest cars locking into tomorrow night's Pinewood Showdown. A $4,000 to win 50-lap event. They'll also have match races tonight for the top crate sportsmen in points here, along with some of the faster cars here tonight. And we will also have a non-winners race for eligible and open to any drivers that are here that have not won a feature here at New Egypt Speedway during 2025. The Mass 305 sprint cars are here for the first of two nights of full shows for them. They had 20 cars signed into the pit area about an hour ago or so we'll see if that grows a little bit more before race time, but a good solid field of cars for night number one. This is another double-header weekend for them, and they have a special double-header points only for the races that were part of double-headers this year. That's something new that Mass was trying. Got a sponsor for, so we'll be telling you about that when those cars come out on the track. So a good field, solid field of race cars here tonight. 32 of the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsmen signed in just to practice and to run the match races and the non-winners race. And we'll see if that grows too, because when it's just practice and it's a night before a big event, a lot of times cars will show up late just to come here and practice. So we'll keep you abreast of that as the night goes along as well. Of course, we have the four cylinders here. They'll be here both nights, night number one and night number two. The street stock's here tonight, and the Wingless News sprint cars that run here each and every week are here as well tonight. Tomorrow night, we bring the four cylinders back, but we will have the vintage cars here tomorrow night. So a full weekend of racing headlined by the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman. If you're here in the grandstands, be sure and check out the novelty stand and the food concession stands. A lot of great food at affordable prices down there throughout the evening. And we should be bringing cars up on the track for warm-ups here momentarily. And of course, as we were talking about, a great weekend to end our 2025 season. And I'll bring in my partner, Jim Murdoch. Jim, what are you thinking for this weekend? This looks like we got great weather, and it looks like a stellar field of cars just for practice tonight. Can imagine what tomorrow night will bring here for the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman.
Thank you very much, Pistol Pete Wortman. And good evening, race fans. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting weekend. This is really our first dose of cold weather racing, if you will, at the New Egypt Speedway this year. And cold, relatively speaking. It's not terribly cold out there. It could be a heck of a lot worse for late October. But we will have temperatures falling into the upper and middle 40s both tonight and tomorrow night. So the cars, the engines run a little bit different in the cooler temperatures. And there is a fine line between cool makes the cars go fast, and then too cold, you don't want to mess with the engines too much. We're going to be in that high speed, that cool territory as we cool off throughout the evening. Another thing the cool temperatures do to the racetrack is it holds moisture in. The sun angle a lot lower this time of year. In fact, the sun has already starting to set. We will be in the darkness here for all of our racing activities. The track crew did put a lot of moisture down. It's been a little bit since we've had a good rainfall here. That big storm about a week and a half ago really only hit the coastal communities and not the inland areas. We're about 20 miles or so as the crow flies from the Seaside Heights Boardwalk. So we're looking forward to an interesting weekend. And Pete, I think you hit the nail on the head. 32 sportsmen for a timed practice and a non-winners night number one. that could grow exponentially for tomorrow night. And there is a lot of other racing in the region, too. We've got Eastern States going on in the Delaware Championship races down at US 13 Speedway also. So the Sportsmen are taking headlines at the Middletown track in Orange County, and we expect quite a few of those drivers to try to chase for the big money in a doubleheader for them, if you will, for a full set of qualifying heats and consolation races and the big money race, $4,000 to win tomorrow, with a purse that is really stacked throughout the field. The whole purse is almost $20,000, so really big money for the Sportsman competitors this weekend. They can run Middletown tonight, a lot of them are, and then they'll be coming down here chasing a paycheck that could be close to 10 grand if you win both here tomorrow night and Middletown tonight. So a good, exciting weekend here as we say goodbye to the 2025 racing season, which started kind of interrupted, if you will, with a lot of cold weather and rainy spring Saturday nights, but the action really heated up throughout the summer and the late summer and the fall season. So, Pete, we're looking forward to it. Great field of sprint cars, great field of Sportsman competitors out here tonight, and that'll only build and get better as we head into the main events tomorrow. Of course, sprint cars are running a complete feature tonight and a complete feature tomorrow.
Certainly going to be a fun weekend here, and we kick it all off tonight with an action-packed Friday night show. If you're just joining us, this will be the schedule of events. The cars should be out for hot laps here momentarily. Racing will get underway at 7 o'clock, and this is the order of events. The non-winners race will have heat races. We believe that is scheduled first, followed by the XDP street stock heat races and the four-cylinder heats. Then the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman will come out for their first timed practice session, the fastest car in those sessions combined. Every car will get to come out for one session, and we'll probably have them split up into probably 4 or 5 sessions or groups. But the fastest car out of all the first session combined will lock into tomorrow night. Then we'll run the Mass 305 sprint car heats after that. The News Wingless feature will then come out, followed by the street stock feature. And then the Oliver Communications Group Crate Sportsman match races right before intermission. After intermission, we will have the four-cylinder feature, the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman timed practice session number 2, which will, like I said, should have between 4 and 5 groups probably. The Mass 305 sprint car feature, and then the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman non-winners race is the last race on the schedule tonight. All right, cars coming out. All right, cars coming out on the track for hot laps. A lot of the crates heading to the scale in there. But first car coming down the front straightaway here for the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman is the G&T Erectors number 32C of David Malozar. The enemy of the state, number 21, is Ricky Moran, back with us here tonight. Jax Yan in a nice new-looking number 74 at Carroll's Tree Service, number 74. The 11X, I'll get you a name on. I got to look that one up. I do not have that one. Missed him during hot laps. During my pit walk. The 3WP is Will Protinick, and the WP Automotive, number 3WP. The short low ready mix concrete 04 is Mike Butler. That 921 is Aiden Spencer. Behind him, the 34 of Dylan Morris. Dakota Kessler is in the 59K. And actually, I think this is Mike Butler in the 04. The first 04 would be the 04S of Logan Starr. The number 4 coming by, I got to get a name on it. I believe the last name is Ziegler on that number 4. Pat Wall is in the 5W. The 5B, the short load racing 5B, is Bobby Butler. Bobby Butler. And Mike's right there. That's a good trick. Can you do that all the time? Well, Mike's car's out there. Mike's watching it. He wants to see how it runs. That's a new take on hot laps, folks. Colin Cox is in the 59, coming by the front straightaway. In front of him, the orange 22 is Tommy Klimkowski. Ethan Bill coming by in the number 14. And on the inside of him in the Fuel Jewels, number 22A, that is Adriana Della Ponte, a regular at the Grandview Speedway. Matt Martino is in the J-Sun's construction number 226, or J-Sun's equipment number 226. Ryan Marr, of course, in the green and black and yellow number 51. And right behind him, the Sweetwater Marina and River Deck number 9 of former champion here and our all-time leading winner, Joe Toth. The Elegant Exteriors number 20 is Ryan Simmons. Ryan Simmons in the number 20. And there is Logan Starr, I believe. Pat Wall in the Service Tire and Truck Center number 5W, the orange 5W. Mike Toth in the 89. The 351 is Anthony Tortorella. Anthony Tortorella in the 351 coming down the front straightaway. George Garish Jr. in the 4U. That's the Shockwave Racing Technology. Number 4U. The Weller Motorsports number 38 is Dylan Swinehart. Matt Ellery is in the Ellery's Neighborhood Pub and Grill number 29. PJ Bazowski, a late arrival in the 07. Chris Bergstrom is in the number 3. The Iceless number 4 is Steve Davis.
And we've got a nice field of 4 cylinders and street stocks out here. Here's Dale Mull in the Allen's Oil and Propane number 6. His son Logan Mull shouldn't be too far behind. There he is in the orange and white number 4. Rich Meller in the News Wingless Sprint Car. Bobby Drayton the 4th in the 409. His dad right behind him in the X09. Bobby Drayton the 3rd. There's Chris Lane in the 88. Penny Duns in the 51, who has had an adventurous late season here at New Egypt. Darren Cox is in that all-black number 92. It's on the roof. Dom the Bomb Antonelli's in the 88. couple more of our wingless sprint cars here, the numbers 16 and 75. Andrew Hunt in the 16 was here once before, and the all-black 75 is right behind him. Greg Shepsis planning on doing double duty. A lot of those drivers will do double duty. They'll run here tonight. And the highest finishing car in the wingless sprint car division will get a $100 bonus if they compete tomorrow at Orange County. A big race for the wingless cars up there, so a couple of guys will probably be sitting out tonight and saving the equipment for tomorrow up there. But we got a great field of our local competitors here and a lot of invaders too in the Sportsman. That driver of the number 20, Mark Moore in the number 20M right there going past the start finish line. (7A) Charlie Casaboon, a regular at the Bridgeport Speedway, invading here tonight. Logan Starr in the 04. We've seen him run at the Big Diamond Speedway in the past. Also a former rookie competitor here. Spiderman in the house. Spider Enzinger Jr. in the 9 Junior. Street stock in the yellow, green, and black trimmed number 9 Junior. That could be Jason Treat or one of the Ashford boys in the number 20. We'll wait on the lineup for them. Again, Chris Lane's in the 88, Penny Dunn in the 51. Again, this is just an appetizer for the main event tomorrow night right here. These Sportsman competitors will be going for $4,000 to win with a nice purse scattered throughout the starting field. Not top heavy by any means. Big purse for the Sportsman here for the Pinewood Showdown night number 1. Full field of 305 sprint cars. You'll see them coming out. Looks like we have 23 cars, Pete, on the lineup here. So a great turnout for night number 1. And I would not be surprised to see even more competitors show up tomorrow. Friday nights are tough, especially in this part of the world with traffic and late hours at work. So tomorrow we start a little bit earlier. Hot laps at 5:30 tomorrow night. But I would not be shocked to see a couple more winged 305 sprint cars show up tomorrow night. But 23, Pete Wortman, you're a big fan of the sprint cars. We had a great World of Outlaw and USAC show. Biggest crowd I've seen here in a decade 2 weeks ago. And that must have been a treat up here with the Johnny Gibson and the voice of the Outlaws. And it's always good to see them come here. But this is our own homegrown sprint cars in New Jersey. We've got the wingless cars about to turn some quick laps. The Sportsman street stocks and 4 cylinders heading to the infield. And Pete, we'll let you call these Northeast wingless sprint car hot laps.
Well, thanks a lot there, Jim. We got 4 cars out there. Rich Meller in the 02. Heidi Hedden is in the 3H. Here's Rich Miller coming by in the Woodland Trucking number 02. I see 4 cars out there. CW Trucking number 16. Now, the last time the 16 was here was only here one time this year, and I think it's the same one. It used to be a Charlie Wazowski, or which. The driver Andrew Hunt was in a number 16 last time I was here. There's Greg Shepsis in the 75. And Heidi heading, of course, into 3H over in turn number 2 right now. All right, they'll get their hot laps in.
Mass 305 sprint cars are heading on to the Speedway right now. Again, 23 for night number 1 of their big doubleheader. They have quite a few weekend shows in the late season each and every fall. A great addition to the New Egypt Speedway whenever they show up here. They're here about 7 or 8 times a year, about every other week or so. And we get to see them once as good, but twice as nice. And we'll get to see them again tomorrow night. Again, a lot of extra awards that we'll tell you about with them for finishing positions. They have like a point series within a point series for the Mid-Atlantic 305 sprint cars. And Pete, I believe you have the names of some of these drivers getting pushed off.
All right, 305 sprint cars. The Mass 305 sprint cars, they'll run 3 heats tonight. They have 23 cars signed in now. Cars coming by. The 86 here, that is Darren Cox in the number 86. Ryan Stillwagon in the number 11 here on the front straightaway. The 8C back with us. The Carver Lawn Care, number 8C is Brian Carver. Tim Yule in the Nastasi Construction, number 19. Jason Dunn, the McBride Fireplace, number 21J, going by him into turn number 1. Couple of cars coming down the front straightaway. Jeff Paulson in the Frank Schock 16. The 92 is Mike Shea. Mike Shea in the 92, and Kurt Rainey is in the 26A.
First of a couple of hot lap sessions for the 305s, now making their way off the racing surface. We'll see the second group come up on the backstretch for their hot lap session.
All right, more sprint cars being pushed out, and first out there, the hottest driver in really any division here at the New Egypt Speedway. And he has suddenly found himself tied for third on the all-time win list with 7 wins in the last 3.5 years. Just 2 behind Mark Bittner and 4 behind the all-time winner, Mike Hagenbottom. That is the number 35 of Buddy Schweibens. Buddy Schweibens in the 35. The last time he was here, he lapped all but the top 6 cars and won by over 12 seconds. Putting on a clinic in 305 racing. We'll see if he can keep that up here again tonight. He has a chance to tie Mark Bittner if he sweeps the weekend for second on the all-time win list. Jared Kreider is in the WDB Construction Hagenbottom Racing number 24. The 88 coming down the front straightaway is Rory Janney into turn number 1. Shelby Kelly is in the 51. Shelby back with us here this evening. Aiden Borden, second generation driver in the number 7. And that's Bobby DeVault in the Allstate Glass number 4. The cars pick up the pace. Cody West is in the 50. Believe that's Andrew Turpin in the 56T. And the 56 of Cody West, both out on the speedway right now. Checkered flag coming out. Cody West in the red 56. Andrew Turpin in the white number 56T. And we will have one more set of hot laps for the 305 sprint cars. Folks, the crate Sportsman, the car count now up to 35 in the pits tonight. 20 of them will try to win for the first time in the non-winners feature. And we will run heats for them, 10 cars in each of 2 heats, where the top 5 will redraw for the first half, the first 10 starting spots of the 20 cars in the feature event. That is for the Swagger Factory Apparel crate Sportsman. All right, Troy Betts will lead them out. Betts is the current point leader for the dual pull it out here so I can tell you. For the doubleheader Diamonds Point Series, presented by Professional Design Services. That is the Betts Towing and Garage doubleheader Diamond Point Series presented by Professional Design. And Troy Betts is the current point leader with 2 events to go tonight and tomorrow night. Betts in the 22 as the green flag waves. Rick Lafferty in the number 83. Eddie Wagner is in the 70. .4G is Tyler Grew. The 3J coming by is Josh Fox. Josh Fox in the 3J. Now looks like that's going to complete 3:05 hot laps as the Crate Sportsman rolling to the Speedway, and Ryan Simmons in the Elegant Exteriors 21st car on the track. Ethan Bill in the 14. 3WP is Will Protinick. Bobby Butler is in the 5B. Chris Bergstrom, one of our rookie graduates in the 3, the 921 of one of our co-rookie champions here. That is Aiden Spencer. Mike Toth in the 89. Ricky Moran in the 21. Logan Starr is in the 04. And the 51 is Ryan Marr. All right, Jack Sean in the 74 out there, the Carroll Street Service 74. George Garris Jr. in the 4U. Pat Wall in the 5W. The 07 is P.J. Bazowski. Now, the Mike Butler 04 in the first hot lap. In the car is Jordan Cox. He's going to race the car tonight in the non-winners heat and feature event. Mike will be getting in for the hot lap session, trying to lock into tomorrow's feature. Drew Ziegler is in the number 4. Dylan Morris in the 34. Mark Moore is in the 20M. The 351 is Anthony Tortorello. Dylan Morris and Ryan Simmons staying out. Another hot lap session in the books. See if we're going to have one or two more as they roll out. The 11X is the first car on the Speedway. That is Zane Roth. Zane Roth in the 11X. Tommy Klimkowski's in the 22. Colin Cox in the 59. Another second-generation driver. Charlie Casaboon, another second-generation driver in the 7A. That looks like Bobby Butler again in the 5B. The number 2 is Cementon, New York's Ricky Levesque. Tricky Ricky Levesque in the number 2 from New York State. He lives up by Fonda. Dylan Swinehart out there in the number 38. Joe Toth now rolling out in the number 9. Toth, our all-time leading winner. Got a car trying to be push-started here on the front straightaway. And that looks to be the 22A of Adriana Della Ponte. Joe Toth, 18 career wins. His last one came in this race a year ago. He was the winner in what then was the Legends of the Fall show. Ryan Simmons 4 behind Joe Toth with 14 career wins. And Joe Toth pulling pit side quickly in the number 9. Ricky Levesque a little off the pace from New York. Now seems like he gets back on it here. First time here for Ricky. Checkered flag coming out. All right, last session going out. And it is Matt Ellery in the number 29. Duncan Molesworth is in the 53. David Malozar's in the 32C. Matt Martino is in the 226. 59K is Dakota Kessler. Jimmy Wires is in the 84. Steve Davis is in the 4. The iceless number 4. The other red and blue number 4 is Drew Ziegler. The 14 is Ethan Bill, and the 5B is Bobby Butler. Butler, a regular and a top runner with the USAC East Coast 360 wingless sprint cars, and is back here in a Sportsman where he did race for numerous years. Bobby also the first ever champion in the News Wingless division here.
Checker flag comes out for the final session of Sportsman Hot Laps, and now we have Street Stocks taking to the track a couple of different drivers in familiar cars. I can tell you Bill Force is behind the wheel of that red number 8 you see in turn 2. And driving Darren Cox's number 92 tonight, AJ Jadacki, an asphalt specialist. The Jadacki family very well known at Wall Stadium. Patrick Force is in the 18. Chris Allen Sr.'s in the 98. Johnny Carpenter making a cameo in the Ashford number 20. Spiderman Jr. is in the 9 Junior. Chris Lane, of course, is in the 88. And as we said, AJ Jadacki's in the number 92. Green flag comes out for this brief street stock hot lap session. White flag is out. Seven street stocks here this evening, and 8 4-cylinders, and you'll see them in a couple seconds as the checker flag is about to come out on the lone session of hot laps for the street stocks. So keep your eye, I would say keep your eye on the number 20 of Johnny Carpenter. He is a hired gun, and that car looks fast out there. That number 20 is wound up. Our final hot lap session of the evening will be for the 4-cylinder competitors. And as we said during the slow laps, a couple of father and son pairs in this one as always. Bobby Drayton the 4th and his dad are in the 409 and the X09. Dale and Logan Mull are also father and son in the number 6 and number 4. Now the lineup says Dale is in the number 4 and Logan's in the number 6. Usually that's reversed. That could just be an error on the lineup unless Dad wants to take his son's car out for a spin. Joe Gary's out there in the number 26. Dom the Bomb Antonelli's in the 88. John Chilella's in the number 18. And that's actually Robbie Dunn in the 51. Robbie Dunn driving Penny's number 51 this evening. Well, for you folks watching at home on YouTube, we have a 50-50 each and every time we race, and it's not just for you folks in the crowd, but we like to have our home viewers play along too. So if you want to get in it to win it, you can call the numbers on your screen right now. Call 640-529-5125 or 609-864-7903. You can see the numbers on the left-hand corner of your screen. Call right now. Operators are standing by. Also want to welcome everybody who's tuning in on YouTube. All 274 of you right now watching before we get underway. I'm going to head downstairs so we can get ready for opening ceremonies. And what is our first race of the night? It'll be the Wingless Sprint Cars. So, Pete, that'll be you? Oh, nope. So it looks like we'll start the program out with a pair of loaded non-winner Sportsman heat races. So two of them, 20 cars entered this evening in the non-winner special race coming up a little bit later on. So we'll make our way downstairs to the front stretch for opening ceremonies, which will be underway in just a little bit. For now, we'll turn it back upstairs to Pete Wortman. I'm sure there's a lot of announcements about everything going on this weekend.
Well, of course, our headline sponsor for the Crate Sportsman is Swagger Factory Apparel. Swagger Factory Apparel is top-notch race gear crafted with precision and style. They have a legacy of over 20 years in the industry, and their mission is to provide race enthusiasts with premium products that embody the essence of speed and quality. Swagger Factory Apparel provided New Egypt Speedway with our official shirts, the official shirts, and the infield fire suit. Visit them on the web at www.swaggerfactory.com. Street Stocks in action tonight, and their headline sponsor is Extreme Diesel Performance, or we call them XDP. XDP is a leading retailer, distributor, and manufacturer of top-quality OE, OER, and aftermarket diesel parts and accessories. Strategically positioned across the United States, XDP houses one of the largest and most diverse diesel-specific inventories in the industry. For the last 20 years, XDP has proudly served the diesel community and diesel industry across North America and Canada. You can visit them on the web at xtremediesel.com to learn more. All right, we have a lot of bonuses and awards for this weekend and for the Pinewood Showdown. Senko Heating Oil and Propane will give out the Quick Time Award. The driver who sets the fastest lap in the time trials will spin the invert wheel for heat lineups. That is tomorrow night, and receive a $100 bonus courtesy of Senko Heating Oil and Propane. Senko is a family-owned and operated business over 40 years of experience. You can visit them at SenkoHeatingOil.com or visit their Facebook page to learn more. The Lyman Racing putting up $50 gift certificates to each of the heat winners tomorrow night. For the Pinewood Showdown, each of the heat winners tomorrow night will receive $50 gift certificates to Lyman Racing. Lyman Racing is your one-stop shop for all your dirt track racing needs. And you can visit them on the web at onelymanracing.com or visit the Lyman Racing Facebook page. Training Tales Heat Race winners will put up $50 to win each heat race tomorrow night for the Crate Sportsman Pinewood Showdown. That is Training Tales Doggy Daycare and Training. They are putting $50 up to win each of the heat races. And additionally, Training Tales also added $200 to the winner's share for the Underdog Non-Winners race tonight, raising the top prize to $500 to win this 20-lapper tonight. Training Tales is located just north of Dover, Delaware, and can be found on the web at training-tales.com or visit Training Tales Facebook page. The Stewart's Root Beer Hard Charger Award, sponsored by Stewart's Root Beer of Tuckerton, New Jersey, will reward the Pinewood Showdown feature Hard Charger tomorrow night with $300 in cash. The driver that advances the most positions from their scheduled starting position will receive $300. Visit Stewart's Root Beer at 102 West Main Street in Tuckerton, New Jersey. The short load concrete will put up a halfway leader bonus tomorrow night. The driver who leads at the halfway mark on lap 25 of the Pinewood Showdown tomorrow night will receive $200 courtesy of Short Load Concrete. Short Load Concrete has 2 locations servicing most of the northern and central New Jersey area. You can visit them on the web at shortloadconcretellc.com. Fast Line Performance is sponsoring the 12th place bonus. The 12th place finisher tomorrow night in the Pinewood Showdown will receive a $200 credit to Fast Line Performance located in Chadwicks, New York. All right, let's send it down to Jim Murdoch and Dan Schaefer as we are ready to go with our opening ceremonies for this evening.
All right, folks, thank you so very, very much for spending the weekend here at New Egypt Speedway. Another Friday and Saturday night with us here. At this time, we want to ask you all to please rise and remove your hats if you can. Because tonight, it's been a tough week for racing in New Jersey. And no one knows that more than our pal, our buddy, Nick Leach. And I'm going to turn the microphone over to Nick, who is going to say some very important words for all of us here in attendance tonight on a very difficult night. Nicky?
Thanks, Jim. I appreciate it. This week has probably been one of the toughest weeks in my life. When you lose one of your best friends and you lose your brother in the same day and you lose a good friend prior to that. We lost Jason Kosh, who raced the number 47 here in the crate class. We lost Kenny Roth, who raced a crate car here. Actually was Sportsman back then when he ran. He led lots of race cars, put a lot of people in victory lane with some great Keller schemes. I raced go-karts with Kenny here. His father was a crew chief on my brother John's car. And, of course, the ultimate, I lost my brother John. My brother John won his last feature event here at New Egypt Speedway in 1998 when we first opened. Kenny Roth, Celebration of Life will be next Saturday. My brother's Celebration of Life will be at Page Funeral Home in Burlington on Sunday from 1 to 4. I cannot tell you how this racing family has got me through this week, because if it wasn't for you guys and the people that I love here at New Egypt Speedway, I wouldn't have made it through this week. You guys are the reason why I'm here today. This is where my brother would want me to be. I appreciate all the text, all the prayers. I know Kenny's family appreciates all the text, all the prayers. This is what we do. This is why who we are, why we're a family. And I cannot tell you how much I appreciate what you guys have done for me this week, because if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be able to be here today. So thank you very much. Keep these people in your prayers. Keep their families in your prayers. And I'll turn this back over to Jim.
Thank you very much, Nicky. So nicely said for all three so important individuals to New Jersey racing community. On nights like this, it is great to have our own Reverend, our own preacher man, Reverend Dan. Rev, it's a difficult night, but as Nicky said, we are a family, and we're ready to have some fun for this weekend. Take it away.
Thank you, Jim. Those names mean something to all of us. Let's pray. Almighty God, it's a little chilly tonight, but we're here to have some fun. We're here to have some excitement. And we thank you for New Egypt Speedway. We thank you for the staff. We thank you for the hard workers that make this the exciting place it is. So we ask you now, as we always ask you, for a great race, great race. In Christ's name, amen. Shalom.
And tonight, to sing our national anthem, we want to welcome back a lovely young lady, Danielle Shalella. As always, please sing right into that camera up on top.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you so very much. We have a couple of first-timers here tonight, so a couple of things you folks need to know before we get underway. A couple of rules. Rule number one, when we say the name of your favorite driver, you have to make as much noise as possible so all of our viewers in Florida watching live on YouTube can hear you. Rule number two, no smoking in the grandstands. You have to do that over by the bathrooms. And rule number three, when you come back tomorrow night, bring some first-time race fans who have never experienced dirt track racing. We had a lot 2 weeks ago for the... Bring them with you. We're going to have some fun. So a couple of heat races for the non-qualifiers with the lineups. We'll send it topside to Pistol Pete Wortman. Pete, take it away.
Well, thanks a lot, Jim. All right, real quick, I will knock out the other bonuses for tomorrow. Swagger Factory Apparel will have a free suit bonus. The winner of the Pinewood Showdown will pull a number in victory lane. The driver who finishes in that position will receive a free custom suit, courtesy of Swagger Factory Apparel in upstate New York. The Lakeview Motor Speedway, located in Nichols, South Carolina, has put up a $100 Hard Luck Award and $100 for the first non-qualifier on Saturday night. That is for the Pinewood Showdown tomorrow night. And Jimbo's Exteriors Underdog Guaranteed Starting Spot, the winner of Friday night's Underdog race, will receive a guaranteed starting spot in the Pinewood Showdown, courtesy of Jimbo's Exteriors. If the driver qualifies on their own merit on Saturday, the $200 will go to the first car on the hook in the 50-lap feature. All right, this is the way they're going to line up for your first of two heat races. They will be 8 laps. The top 5 cars will redraw for the first 10 starting spots in tonight's underdog non-winners race. We have 20 cars entered in that event out of the 35 that are here. A lot of the cars here, some you don't have to enter into it, obviously, and you also, if you've won a feature, you can't enter into it. This is how to line up in heat number 1 of 2. Starting on the pole from Neptune, New Jersey, driving the number 51 is Ryan Marr. And lining up alongside of Marr out of Bordentown in the Shockwave Racing Technology number 921, that is Aiden Spencer. Spencer, one of our co-rookie champions this year here at New Egypt. Third starting spot, a former rookie competitor here out of Mifflinburg, Pennsylvania in the 04L. The L04, that is Logan Starr. Logan Starr in the L04. He'll start third, and lining up alongside of him in that number Well, actually, he goes to the rear, so we cross over, starting in the 4th spot in the Munchin Concrete. Number 53 is Duncan Molesworth. Dakota Kessler is in the 59K, sponsored by Smart Choice Automotive Service. 59K of Dakota Kohler. He'll start in the 5th position. Alongside of him, the enemy of the state, number 21, that is Ricky Moran. 7th starting position, the 07 of Robbinsville's P.J. Bazowski. And lining up alongside of PJ in the 8th spot, outside row number 4, driving the number 7A, Charlie Casaboon. Casaboon out of Woodbine, sponsored by Tuckahoe Turf Farms. The 351 is Anthony Tortorella. He elected to go to the rear. And Rick Levesque out of Cementon, New York, is in the 2XT. He will start last on the field. We do have one car that did not make the call. As we come off of turn number 4, green flag in hand, and we are racing for the first time tonight. The car that did not make the call is the 21 of Ricky Moran. So 9 cars are out there, and here comes a different car. That's another 921. I think that's Tim Franks. As he gets out late here. I'm not sure if he's entered or just trying to get a lap or two. He was not out for hot laps. Down the back they go. The 51 of Ryan Marr leading the way over the 53 of Duncan Molesworth. Molesworth quickly moving to 2nd. Then it's Aiden Spencer. Logan Starr trying to hang on to 4th. He will not be able to as P.J. Bazowski goes by. Bazowski into the 4th spot. Dakota Kohler down on the bottom. Him and Starr side by side for the final redraw spot. Casaboon right behind them. Ricky Levesque very far off the pace here in the number 2. Marr leading the way over Duncan Molesworth. Spencer, Bazowski, and Logan Starr, the top 5. Kohler and Casaboon running 6th and 7th and are right there on Starr's back bumper, although they got a little out of shape there in 3 and 4, and Starr opened up just a little tiny bit of breathing room. 3 to go this time by as Marr brings them off a 4, but Duncan Molesworth staying right with him as they head into turn number 1. Spencer being challenged for 3rd by Bazowski. Bazowski looking strong here in the early going. Starr still 5th and on the bubble for the redraw. All cars are qualified. 2 laps to go coming up, 2 to go. White flag is out. One more time around. Molesworth has caught Ryan Marr. Marr, a former rookie champ, now opens up a couple of car lengths. Molesworth right on him. The rest of the field is all right together. Kohler has caught Logan Starr again. Here's the checkered flag for Marr down the front. So in for the win, the 51 of Ryan Marr. Duncan Molesworth was 2nd in the 53. 3rd was the 921 of Aiden Spencer. P.J. Bazowski finished 4th in the 07, and Logan Starr was 5th in the 04L. They'll be in the redraw for the first 10 starting spots. All cars qualified. Dakota Kohler finished 6th in the 59K, and 7th was the 7A of Charlie Casaboon. Second of 2 heats for the Swagger Factor Pal Crate Sportsman Underdog non-winners 20-lapper, which will be last on the schedule tonight. Starting on the pole in the Spellbound Brewery, number 34 is Dylan Morris. And lining up alongside of Morris, driving the Mike Butler Racing number 04. That's the short, low, ready mix concrete car. That is Jordan Cox. Jordan Cox in the 04. He'll line up outside the front row. Third starting spot in the WP Automotive number 3 WP. That is Will Protinick. And lining up alongside of Protinick in the Jimbo's Exteriors, number 20M, Mark Moore. Fifth starting spot, the number 22 is Tommy Klimkowski. And lining up alongside of Klimkowski in the number 89, that is Mike Toth. Seventh starting position in the red and blue and yellow number 4 is Drew Ziegler. And lining up alongside of Ziegler in the J. Sons Equipment, number 226, Matt Martino. Martino out of Glen Gardner, New Jersey. The last row from Tuckahoe, New Jersey, in the number 84 is Jimmy Wires. And one of our rookie graduates this year driving the number 3, that is Chris Bergstrom. Chris Bergstrom in the number 3. Bobby Butler going to get a couple of laps at the back of the field here, as is the 921 of Tim Franks as we go green. And we're underway. Klimkowski got a little loose there, slid up a groove. Gets passed by Toth as they go down the back. Dylan Morris leading Jordan Cox. Cox back on the inside as they swap grooves, working off a turn 4 and back down the front side by side for the lead. Mark Moore in the act now. All 3 of them right together as Dylan Morris leads lap number 1. Morris gets up high, and we're going to be 3 wide for the lead through the tri-oval. And Mark Moore will shoot the gap through the middle. He takes the lead. Here comes Morris back on the inside. Jordan Cox right there. Protinick watching that 3-car battle, and he gets passed by Mike Toth on the outside. Matt Martino in the act now. He's in the 226 and working on Jimmy Wires, who's right on Protinick. Remember, only 5 to the redraw as Mark Moore leads lap 3. Dylan Morris second. Jordan Cox right on him. Then it is Mike Toth as they move down the back. The 3WP of Will Protinick is on the bubble. He's got his hands full with Jimmy Wires. Wires right on his back bumper. Martino there as well. The top 7 battling for 5 spots. The only car not in that battle now is the leader. Mark Moore has pulled away. He's about a half a straightaway now ahead of Dylan Morris. 3 to go this time by. Down the back, Mark Moore holding a nice lead. The second and third place cars still battling, but they have pulled away from Mike Toth. It is Dylan Morris and Jordan Cox. Toth still has 4th. Here comes Wires on the outside as he tries something new. Wires throwing everything he's got, and he makes the pass on Protinick in turn number 2. Nice move by the 84 Wires, who is not a regular here. Here is the white flag, 1 lap to go. And Wires now on the bubble ahead of Protinick. Final turn, Mark Moore is going to win it easily in the 20M. So Mark Moore's your winner in the 20M. Second was the 34 of Dylan Morris. Third, the 04 of Jordan Cox. Fourth is the 89 of Mike Toth, and Jimmy Wires comes home 5th in the 84. All right, folks, anyone wanting to buy 50/50s here at the track, just go to the ticket windows in the main entrance. We have a girl with a 50/50 ticket sitting there. She will sell them to you. You can go right to her and get them. She is at one of the ticket windows in there selling 50/50s. Go right to the ticket window and you can get your 50/50s there. If you're watching online, there are two numbers on your screen. You can play the 50/50 if you call one of those two numbers. Operators are standing by, so please give those numbers a call right on your screen. 640-529-5125 or 609-864-7903. Let's turn it over to my partner, Jim Murdoch, who will call the next couple of heat races. First up is the Street Stocks.
Thank you very much, Pete Wortman, on the pole for the lonesome one and only Street Stock Heat Race for the 7 cars in attendance. Out of Little Lake Harbor Township, hopefully he wasn't affected by the flooding last week. In car number 18, Patrick Force. Patrick Force in the 18. On his outside, the original Old Bridge Outlaw in the car number 98, Chris Allen Sr. Chris Allen in the 98. Row number 2. Stepping into the Ashford, number 20, it's Johnny Carpenter. Welcome back, Johnny Carpenter. He is a racer's racer. Doesn't matter what track, what type of surface. We've seen him at Wall Stadium. We've seen him here. We've seen him down south. Welcome back, Johnny Carpenter in the number 20. On his outside in the red number 8, that's Bill Force. Bill Force in the number 8. The Spider-Man, Spider Enzinger Jr. is in the number 9, Junior from Bayville. And then on his outside, it's Chris Lane from Howell in the number 88. Chris Lane in the 88. And all by his lonesome, stepping into Darren Cox's street stock, because Darren Cox is doing a little sprint car racing tonight. In the number 92, A.J. Jadaki. Do not see that car out on the track right now, but he did have it out for hot laps. We will go with 6 street stocks, 6 laps a distance. Pat Force, Chris Allen Sr. make up your front row. Green is out. And there go the street stocks. Pat Force leads the way through turns 1 and 2. Chris Allen Sr. right there. Side by side behind them. Johnny Carpenter on the outside in the 20. Here comes the Spider-Man. Spider Enzinger Jr. up on the inside in the 9, Junior. Down to complete lap at number 1. Battle is for second. Spidey to the inside of Chris Allen. Give the runner-up spot to the Spider-Man. Chris Lane getting around John Carpenter in the number 88. He's up to 4th and he wants 3rd. Chris Lane looks to the inside of Chris Allen Sr. and he moves up in position. Chris Allen Sr. fighting some handling problems. He was every which way but the right way through turns 1 and 2 that time by. That car's got a wicked push on it. You can see that number 98 just kind of getting to the outside as the top 3 begin to close up. Halfway, 3 laps down, 3 to go. That time it was Johnny Carpenter with the push in the number 20. We'll look back up front. Pat Force leads the way in the 18. Spider-Man's in second. Here comes Chris Lane in the 88. 2 laps to go. 2 to go for Pat Force. Patrick Force quick out of the box in that number 18. Spider-Man's kind of reeling him in. And Chris Lane is definitely tracking down Spidey with 1 lap to go. Oh, now Pat Force expands his lead to about 6 car lengths. Final set of turns in the 6-lap heat race. Pat Force coming out of turn number 4. He can see that checker flag as the battle rages for second. Chris Lane going to go wheel to wheel, side by side, but not enough. Spider-Man holds him off for that runner-up spot. Pat Force in for the win. Spider-Man second. Chris Lane. Chris Allen Sr., Johnny Carpenter, and Bill Force in the number 8. Street Stocks will be back out in just a little bit for their 15-lap feature. All right, full fendered frenzy, round number 2. Little less power, a little shorter wheelbase. Here they come, the 4 cylinders, 8 entries this evening. Dale Mull will bring the field on the pole in the number 6. On his outside in the number 26 from Trenton, that's Joe Gary. Row number 2, Dom the Bomb, Dominic Antonelli will start third from Jackson in the 88. On his outside, Bobby Drayton the third in the X09. John Chalella will start 5th. You just heard his lovely wife sing the national anthem, Danielle, who did a great job. Johnny will be out there in car number 18. On his outside, Bobby Drayton the 4th in the 409 out of Southampton. Robbie Dunn stepping into Penny's number 51T for the evening out of Yardville. And rounding out the field in car number 4, that'll be Logan Mull. Logan Mull in car number 4 out of Chatsworth. Missing a couple of competitors from this heat race. We've got 8 on the lineup. We see 6 out on the Speedway. Still waiting for a couple of competitors to make their way to the racing surface. I do not see John Chalella. I saw him during opening ceremonies. He said he was
And there's plenty of food ready.
working on his automobile. By the way, lines are non-existent right now down at the concession stands. If you want to get a burger, could be flipped by our own general manager, Chris Moore. Pete Wortman giving the big thumbs up on that burger prepared by Chris Moore. See, that's a good general manager, not afraid to work any and all positions at the job site. That's how you get it done. All right, here we go. Dale Mull and Joe Gary, the front row. 6 laps to distance, 6 cars out of 8 on the racetrack. Dale Mull leads the field to the green. Into turns number 1 and 2. Dale Mull out in front in the number 6. Here comes Joe Gary in that 26. Meanwhile, father and son race side by side down the backstretch. Through turns 3 and 4, Dale Mull slips up high. That's going to allow Joe Gary to get to the inside, but Dale Mull throws the block hard. Makes a sharp left and blocks the advancements of Joe Gary. Here comes Bobby Drayton the 4th in the 409 with his dad battling Robbie Dunn right behind. Top 5 cars all in a pack here as we complete lap number 2. Dale Mull doing a good job holding off the advances of Joe Gary. Bobby Drayton the 4th with some speed in the 409. Robbie Dunn climbing aboard the Penny's automobile in the 51. Looking fast out there once again. Dale Mull holding off the 4 cylinders. 3 laps in, 3 to go for Dale Mull. Bobby Drayton the 4th making it a 3-car battle for the lead. Showing some speed in that 409 as Dale Mull slides out of turn 4. 2 laps to go. Can Dale Mull hold off Joe Gary? He's doing a fantastic job of it so far with a lap and a half remaining. Joe Gary now with a big burst of speed on the inside. Dale Mull has been taking that outside groove. He's going to go too high. That car pushes hard out of turn 4. That'll open the door for Joe Gary, and now Bobby Drayton the 4th follows him through. Top 4 cars now under a blanket with less than a lap remaining. Bobby Drayton the 4th gets to the inside of Dale Mull down the backstretch. Joe Gary is your leader. Bobby Drayton has something to say about that. Final set of turns. Here comes Drayton to the inside. Drag racing down the front stretch. It's going to be Joe Gary by less than a car length. Good battles, good action in the 4 cylinders. Small in numbers, but big in excitement. Joe Gary, Bobby Drayton the 4th, Bobby Drayton the 3rd, Dale Mull and Robbie Dunn, and then Logan Mull. Up next, a couple of rounds of timed hot laps for the Sportsman competitors who are with us tonight. We usually break it down into 5 or 6 cars per group. This will be round number 1 of 2. After a brief intermission, we will come back with the final practice session. So the cars are rolling on the track right now. Ryan Simmons out here in the number 20. Pat Walls in the 5W. Dakota Kohler is in the 59. Zane Roth is out there in the 11X. The 20M is Mark Moore. He just won one of those qualifiers for the non-winners race, which will be the nightcap. Dylan Swinehart's out there in the 38 as well. So we'll turn them loose. I believe they'll get like a green, white, and checker. We'll have a couple of groups for this first round of timed hot laps. We'll try to read some times as they come in as well once they go on the clock and our computer upgrades the transponders. Looks like we have 8 cars. Jack's Yawn out there in that vintage paint job number 74. A great throwback paint scheme on that. Jack's a regular at the Big Diamond Speedway and Bridgeport Speedway. Matty Ellery's out there in the 29. If you're ever up in Middlesex, stop by Ellery's Restaurant, Bar and Grill. And we will get ready to turn them loose here for the first of a couple of rounds in group number 1 of timed hot laps. Remember, I believe we take the fastest one from each round, and they will be a guaranteed starter in tomorrow's redraw. The benefits of getting a little extra practice: you are also running against the clock and running for a guaranteed redraw spot tomorrow night. Green comes out. We'll watch the times as they start to appear on the computer screen. Matt Ellery with an 18.829. Pat Wall, 18.069. He tops the chart so far. Well, we have a 17-second lap. 17.926 from Pat Wall. 17.999 from Matt Ellery. 17.763 by Pat Wall. They're bringing the numbers down. These are fast speeds. These would be good speeds for the modified division on some nights here. So it looks like you're going to have to be in the mid-17s if you want to lead the speed charts, at least in this timed practice session, as more times are clicking on the screen here. Pat Wall, 17.633, fast lap in practice, or hot lap session number 1. Jax Yawn, second, 17.733. Dylan Swinehart, third fastest, 17.824. But the time to beat right now in round number 1, 17.633 for Pat Wall. That is flying out in a crate Sportsman. Again, we will take one from each session. There are several groups in each session, but one from this session and one from the timed qualifying after intermission. So each one from those 2 sessions, that'll give you your 2 guaranteed redraw positions. So Pete, good stuff so far. A lot of speed out there. I don't know if 17.633 will be fast enough, but it's by one of our fastest competitors each and every week.
And Pat was one of the 2 last time we did this. As more cars flood to the Speedway here. Remember, session 1 will be broken up into about 4 or 5 groups, it looks like. We had 8 in that one. We have 35 cars here, so. Joe Toth is in the number 9. The 34 is Dylan Morris. Colin Cox out there in the 59. The 07 is P.J. Bazowski. The 921 is Aiden Spencer. Now in these timed hot laps, the 04 coming down the front straight. Let's see which one this is. This is Mike Butler. Jordan Cox running it in the non-winners race, but Mike Butler trying to qualify for tomorrow night. Bobby Butler, his brother, right behind him in the 5B, and the 4U is George Garris Jr. And Logan Starr is out there in the L04, or the 04L. Time to beat 17.633 in the first session by Pat Wall. Jax Yawn had second fastest at 17.733. Then it was Dylan Swinehart, Matt Ellery, and Ryan Simmons in that order. They were the only 5 cars to turn under 18 seconds in the first session. Cars spreading themselves out. Green flag coming out on Mike Butler in the 04, and we are underway for the second group here in the first session of time dashes or time hot laps. We have 9 cars in this session, or in this group. Mike Butler comes up on the clock. We'll see if anybody breaks into the top 5. Right now, everybody in the 18-second bracket. Joe Toth up to 6th at 18.081. Mike Butler now up to 6th, just ahead at 17.966. That's still not enough for the top 5. He is the 6th car on the night. Now Colin Cox, 17.934. That moves him into 5th, but he gets bumped down as Mike Butler is quicker now at 17.868. That makes him 4th fastest. Remember, only the fastest will lock into tomorrow night. Mike Butler and Colin Cox from this group have moved into the top 5. We now have 7 cars under 18 seconds, 2 in this session, or in this group. Well, we got a new one. PJ Bazowski now up 7th fastest time, 17.928. Mike Butler has moved up to 3rd with a lap of 17.791 as he builds momentum. And that was his last lap. This is the last lap of the checkered flag falling on everyone. Well, no one knocks off Pat Wall at 17.633 or Jack Jean at 17.733. Mike Butler up to 3rd now at 17.791. Colin Cox is now 4th at 17.805. Dylan Swinehart 17.824 holds up for 5th right now. Matt Ellery is 6th, PJ Bazowski 7th, and Ryan Simmons is currently 8th. George Garrish Jr. and Joe Toth round out the top 10 currently, but only the top 8 have been under 18 seconds, at least one lap under the 18-second mark. Exactly 1/10 of a second separates 1st and 2nd. Pat Wall still 17.633. That is the time to beat if you're going to get that locked-in redraw spot for tomorrow night in the Pinewood Showdown. All right, group number 3 here in session number 1. They're led out by the iceless number 4, Steve Davis. Tommy Klimkowski is in the 22. David Malozar in the 32C. Ethan Bill is in the 14. Keep your eye on him. He is always fast here. Ricky Moran out in the 21. He missed his heat race for the non-qualifiers event, but see, he's got the car out there now. Duncan Molesworth is in the 53. Jimmy Wires, who got into the redraw for the non-winners race, he's out there in the 84. Matt Martino in the 226. Charlie Casaboon in the 7A. Mike Toth in the 89. These cars need to spread out. They're a little tight here in the back. All right, cars coming up on the clock. Steve Davis, 17.915. Now we got more cars coming up here. Duncan Molesworth, 4th fastest at 17.796. Ethan Bill's under 18 seconds, and now I've lost count of how many cars are underneath the 18-second bracket. It's at least 12 at this point as they go off my screen. Pat Wall still fastest. Duncan Molesworth the fastest in this group at 17.796. That was his first lap. Matt Martino just turned a lap of 17.906, which puts him 8th fastest now, ahead of David. Ethan Bill, 17.758 on his final lap, putting him 3rd fastest on the night in the number 14. Well, things have been shaken up here during that one. Pat Wall still fastest at 17.633. Jack Sean 17.733. Ethan Bill now was the fastest in that session. He is 3rd fastest at 17.758. Mike Butler 17.791. Duncan Molesworth 17.796 is 5th. Colin Cox 6th. Dylan Swinehart has 7th fast time. Matt Ellery 8th. Matt Martino 9th. Steve Davis 10th. PJ Bazowski and Ryan Simmons. That's the top 12, all under 18 seconds, and there may be 1 or 2 more. They are not on my screen. All right. The next group coming out, Adriana Della Ponte is in the 22A. The 51 is Ryan Marr. Mike Toth is in the 89. Well, only 3 cars out there. All right, lights go out. Only 3 cars out there. There's the green flag in hand, where cars coming up on the clock here. See if any of them can break into the top 12 here. Looks like we've already had a lapis. (18.331) for Adriana Della Ponte, 18.173 for Ryan Marr. Mike Toth, 17.831. That is 8th fast time. 8th fast time for Mike Toth. We'll see if he can move up. That was on Toth's second lap. That is the only one that's recorded up into the top 12 here. Dropped Ryan Simmons back to 13th fastest. Toth has actually caught Ryan Marr. So in that session, Toth is the only one who moves into the top 12, actually moves into the top 10. He is 8th fastest at 17.831. Well, I believe that concludes the first session, which will lock Pat Wall into tomorrow night's Pinewood Showdown, a lap of 17.633. Jack Jean was second, Ethan Bill third, Mike Butler fourth, Duncan Molesworth was fifth, Colin Cox sixth, Dylan Swinehart seventh, Mike Toth eighth, Matt Ellery ninth, and Matt Martino was 10th. So that concludes the first session, and Pat Wall is your first car locked into the redraw for tomorrow night for the Pinewood Showdown.
Well, as the sprint cars start to get pushed off for the first of three races, let's turn our attention to our home viewers. Let us know in the chat where you are watching from. I saw Dom the Bomb's dad watching from Florida. I think we had somebody watching from Iowa, somebody from Queensland, Australia before. But tell us where you are enjoying the New Egypt Speedway action from at home, on your big screen or on your phone. Let us know where you're watching in the comment section as the sprint cars get ready to be the first of three big heat races. And with the call, we will turn it back over to Pistol Pete Wortman as Bangor, Pennsylvania, checking in the northern Lehigh Valley. Our first one checking in.
Wayne, Pennsylvania. Murfreesboro, Tennessee, and Space Coast, Florida. All right, here's how they line up for your first of three heat races for the Mid-Atlantic Sprint Series. Troy Betts, the current point leader, is in the 22. He'll start on the pole. Shelby Kelly alongside in the 51. Then it's Kurt Rainey in the 26A and DJ Tanner in the 19T. Jared Kreider's in the 24. Rick Lafferty in the 83. Bobby DeVolt's in the 4. And Buddy Schweibens in the 35. A loaded heat number 1, and we're underway. DeVault has quite a few wins here as well in his career. Schweibens goes from the rear of the field to 4th in half a lap. Through 3 and 4 and back down the front, Shelby Kelly will lead lap number 1. Betts next in line, then DJ Tanner and Schweibens as they race down the back. Top 4 go to the redraw for the first 12 starting spots in tonight's feature event for the Mid-Atlantic Sprint Series. Schweibens into the redraw, trying to track down DJ Tanner as Shelby Kelly leads the way by 3 car lengths over Troy Betts. Into 3 and 4, Kelly on the outside, maintains that lead. She'll lead lap number 3. back in the 5th spot. That's Rick Lafferty, and Bobby DeVolt 6th. Kreider is 7th. Halfway, 4 laps complete. 4 complete. Schweiben's right on DJ Tanner, trying to find a way by. Shelby Kelly has opened up another car length or so on Troy Betts from Betts out of Newark, Delaware. Schweibens will try to run the cushion in 1 and dive to the bottom. That doesn't work, as he's still right on DJ Tanner's bumper, but unable to get alongside. 2 to go now, 2 laps to go. Schweibens with a great run off of 4 and a slider in 1, and he's in 3rd. Buddy Schweibens in the 3rd spot over DJ Tanner. It's been all Shelby Kelly off of turn number 4. Checkered flag for Shelby Kelly. Troy Betts 2nd, Buddy Schweibens and DJ Tanner, your 4 cars going to the redraw. So Shelby Kelly, her fastest lap was 15.880, and the only car to average for the whole 8 laps under 16 seconds. She takes the win in the 51. Troy Betts was 2nd in the 22. Buddy Schweibens was 3rd in the 35, and DJ Tanner was 4th in the 19T. Several cars under 16 seconds on their best lap during that heat race. This track is super fast. See, we got Canada and Northern Ohio both checking in. Salisbury, North Carolina. Welcome to our broadcast. Somebody from Tom's River. That's a local one. Allentown, Pennsylvania. West Milton, Pennsylvania. Pine Grove. A lot of Pennsylvania people. Welcome, welcome. Levittown. And we want to thank everybody for joining the broadcast here on YouTube. If you are watching and you have not subscribed, please subscribe. The more subscribers we get, the more we can keep this free for you going forward. This is our first year of doing it, and we've had a great time on YouTube. And we're looking forward to another great year next year. More subscribers we get, the better we can make this broadcast. We can add to it. And Sherry Fleming from Washington, New Jersey. The wife of Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman driver Dan Fleming. Mike Calla, retired racing photographer, checking in, watching. All right, this is how they're going to line up in your second of 3 Mid-Atlantic Sprint Series heat races. TNT, Tim Tanner Jr. will line up on the pole in the number 18. Lining up alongside of him in the 3J is Josh Fox. Fox's first appearance here at the New Egypt Speedway. Jason Dunn is in the McBride Fireplace number 21J. He'll start in the 3rd spot. Alongside of him in that 56T, the white 56T, that is Andrew Turpin. Darren Cox is in the Voorhees Racing number 86. He'll start in the 5th spot. Alongside of him in the Carber Lawn Care number 8C, Brian Carber. The last row on the inside, as you see Jason Dunn coming by. The last row in the number 88 is Rory Janney. And Mike Shea is in the 92. He'll start last on the field, 8th starting spot here in heat number 2. Once again, the top 4 will go to the redraw. 8 laps the distance. Rudy from Arkansas checking in on YouTube. All right. Brian Carver, 6 career wins for Brian Carver. Tim Tanner Jr. has 4 career wins in the 305s. He also has 10 modified wins here. So they'll go around one more time as the pace truck bringing him to the white flag. Checking to see if anyone else in this heat race has career feature wins here. Numerous cars that are here tonight. Only 2 in this heat race. There are the 2. Carver with 6 and Tim Tanner Jr. with 4. All right. It is up to Tim Tanner Jr. on the front row, racing. And we're underway. Everybody bobbled right together there. Are all tight together. Carver looking for some racing room, gets down the bottom. He'll get by 2 more cars in the third, looking for a second as Tim Tanner has pulled away from the field. Timmy Tanner wasting no time, putting space between himself and the rest of the pack. They were all packed together there, and Brian Carver gets by 3 cars during that lap. He is second now and chasing after Tanner. Josh Fox in the third spot. Then it is Jason Dunn in the fourth and final redraw spot. Rory Janney up from the rear of the field has moved into 5th now in the 88. Keep your eye on him as he goes after Dunn and Fox, and Dunn taking 3rd from Josh Fox down the front. It's all Tim Tanner Jr. He has quite the lead here now as they come down the front. He has a half a straightaway, maybe a little more than that as we're halfway, 4 down and 4 to go. The battle will be for the final redraw spot as Rory Janney dives under Josh Fox in turn 2. They will drag race down the back side by side. Janney edging ahead into turn number 3. And Rory Janney has taken over the redraw spot, 4th spot for Janney in the 88. Well, we got a car slow in the back. Yellow lights are on. Yellow coming out with 5 laps complete for Mike Shea in the 92, who slows and stops on the backstretch. Well, the 11 fastest cars in the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman first session will be the cars in the match races tonight. As a push truck over there, 5 down, 3 to go here in heat number 2 for the Mid-Atlantic Sprint Series. The 11 cars into the match races are the 5W, obviously, of Pat Wall, who has locked into tomorrow night's Pinewood Showdown. Jack Gian in the 74, the 14 of Ethan Bill, the 04 of Mike Butler, the 53 of Duncan Molesworth, the 59C of Colin Cox, Dylan Swinehart in the 38, the 89 of Mike Toth, the 29 of Matt Ellery, the 226 of Matt Martino, and the 4 of Steve Davis. And Davis will start us off and will pick who he wants from the other 10, as he was the 11th fast time. So he will be the first car on the track. And of course, Nick Leach will be calling that action, and he will ask, when that does start, he'll ask Steve Davis who he wants first. All right, Shea getting pushed off and has rejoined. Not sure what happened there, but good to see that he's not broken. He can rejoin here. 3 laps to go. Double file restart. lane choice for the leader, and Tanner takes the outside. He's got Carver on the inside. That's where Carver made all his passes. Keep that in mind. Jason Dunn and Rory Janney, right now, they are the top 4 for the redraw. Here they come off of 4, and we're back to green. Tanner on the outside, Carver on the inside. Carver with a slider, but Tanner crosses them over and takes the lead back by a wheel. Side by side with Carver on the outside. Carver will cross him over through 3 and 4, but it is Tanner holding the lead by a car length. 2 laps to go as Carver dives under Tanner but can't make it stick. Rory Janney has roared into 3rd, and now Jason Dunn falls out of the redraw as Andrew Turpin gets by in the 56T. Here's the white flag. Top 4 pulling away. Janney keeping pace with Carver now as Tanner has finally opened up about 6-7 car lengths on Brian Carver. Here's the checkered flag for Timmy Tanner. And your winner is Tim Tanner Jr. in the 18. Second, the 8C of Brian Carver. Third was the 88 of Rory Janner. Brian Carver second, the 8T. Rory Janney in the 88 was third, and the 56T of Andrew Turpin finished in the 4th position. Third and final Mid-Atlantic Sprint Series heat race for the All-State Auto Glass heat races. Once again, 4 to the redraw. And they'll go 8 laps, starting on the pole, driving to number 11, a driver who has 1 career win here at the New Egypt Speedway. That is Ryan Stillwagon in the number 11. And lining up alongside of Stillwagon, another driver with 1 career win to his credit here at New Egypt. He drives the number 70. That is Eddie Wagner. Third starting spot in the 4G. That is Tyler Grew. Tyler Grew in the 4G. And then Tim Ewell in the 19. The 19A to be exact will start in the 4th position. 5th starting spot, the 16 of Brian Paulson. And lining up alongside of Paulson, another driver who has 1 career win to his credit here. Came back in May of 2022. That is Aiden Borden in the number 7. And starting scratch on the field in the number 56 is Cody West. Ten of these 23 drivers for Mass have career wins here at New Egypt Speedway. All right, here they come. 8 laps final heat, and we are green. Ryan Stillwagon grabbing the early lead over Eddie Wagner as they move down the back. Tim Ewell in the 3rd spot. Ewell takes a look to the inside as they come off the corner, and then it's Jeff Paulson and Aiden Borden. Only 4 to the redraw. Paulson getting way outside up on the cushion right by the fence, and Aiden Borden digs hard and gets a half a car length in front of him, and now will take the 4th spot down the back. Aiden Borden into spot number 4. Yule running in that third spot is always fast here in New Egypt, because it always seems like something happens. He has had a couple of top finishes here, never has one here. Neither has Paulson in the 16. Ryan Stillwagon by what is about 3 car lengths over Eddie Wagner, the two of them pulling away. Yule in third, Aiden Borden fourth, then Paulson. Back to Grew and Cody West. Already halfway through. Once again, laps being clicked off in the low 16s, and Ryan Stillwagon in the upper 15s. Stillwagon opening up a couple of more car lengths on Eddie Wagner, and I think it's because Wagner tried a different groove. He just wanted to see if he could find something that would gain him those extra 3 car lengths. 2 to go, 2 laps to go down the front. Down the front, Ryan Stillwagon gets the white flag one more time around for the Mass 305 sprint cars here in heat number 3. Stillwagon will bring it through 3 and 4, and he will win heat number 3. So Ryan Stillwagon is your winner in the 11. Second was the 70 of Eddie Wagner. Third, the 19 of Tim Yule. And finishing fourth, getting the final redraw spot in heat number 3. That is the 7 of Aiden Borden. Rufus in Florida has checked in with us. Fleetwood, Pennsylvania. We got a bunch of them here, Jim. Oh. Kyle Kania, former winner and champion here, as is watching there out of Regalsville, Pennsylvania. Miss Kyle, we'd like to see him run here tomorrow. I don't know if he's still racing or not. All right, Wingless feature coming out on the track. This will be 20 laps. They did not shorten this to 15 because they did not get a heat race with only 4 cars here. This is how they're going to line up. Rich Meller is in the 0-2, former, I believe, 4-time champion here in the 0-2. He's out of North Hanover Township, and he'll start on the pole. Lining up alongside him, the 75 of Manalapan's Greg Shepsis. Heidi Hedden is in the 3H and will start in the 3rd position, and the CW Motorsports number 16 of Andrew Hunt will start in the 4th spot. All right, this time by we'll get the white flag, and this will be the wave lap, your first one of the night. You can wave to them. They'll wave back at you as we go racing here in the Northeast Wingless Sprint Cars. First feature of the evening, Street Stocks will be up next. The XDP, the Extreme Diesel Performance Street Stocks, coming up next. I'll wave to them. They're waving back at you as they come down, coming down towards 1 and 2. Lights are off. We're going to get ready to go green here. Rich Meller will bring them to the green. All right, here they come. And we're underway. Meller winning the drag race into turn 1. Shepsis on the outside. Heidi Hedden underneath him. As they head down the back into turn 3, Shepsis again in the throttle, getting it way back around there, but holding second. Him and Heidi Hedden side by side right behind Miller. Hedden keeping it down on the bottom as Shepsis wheels it up high. Miller leading, but only by a couple of car lengths, and Shepsis will try the outside again and gets way outside, but he'll keep it out of the fence. Beats Hedden off the corner, though, and still holds on to second. That was the long way around. Miller opening up now. He's about 8 car lengths out in front. Look out. Andrew Hunt really struggling back there. Remember, this is Hunt's only second time out. As Shepsis holds on to second. Andrew Hunt, only his second time out. And the first time out, he could not start the feature. I'm not sure how many laps he even got in the heat race that night, as they had problems in hot laps. Whoa, Sheps is bouncing off of the turn 2 fence. Got a little bit of airtime, and now, a little before where that happened, we have Andrew Hunt got around and backed it hard into the turn 2 fence. And the yellow lights are on with 4 laps complete. Greg Shepsis bounced off the wall and got a little bit of, got all 4 wheels off the ground there. Not far off the ground, but, you know, hey, when you're going that speed, that's a few inches or a foot is far enough. And a left rear flat, at least, if it's not the rim being bent as well, on the 16 of Andrew Hunt as he limps towards the pit gate. He may have more problems than that. He might have a broken spindle or a broken or bent axle on the back there. All right, we're double file until the last 5 laps.
What's that? Yeah, he was all over the. He was all over the place. Yeah, that's why I just stayed on.
All right. Well, I believe we go back. Shepsis lost second place to Heidi Hedden when he bounced off the fence, but not that long after, Andrew Hunt backed into the turn 2 fence to bring out the yellow, and they didn't get lap 5 in, so Shepsis gets second spot back. All right, white flag is out. We'll go green next time by. Well, former street stock driver Kent Kreider checking in. From where? White House Station. Nick making his way into the infield. Next up is the street stock feature. All right, Meller and Shepsis. Heidi Hedden third. These 3 have been right together. Meller finally got a little breathing room there right before the yellow came out, and we are green. And Meller quickly on the throttle with Heidi Hedden trying to keep up with him. They race through 1 and 2 and down the back. Shepsis back in third. Heidi right there behind Meller as they race through 3 and 4 and down the front. Top 3 nose to tail into turn number 3. This will complete lap 6 down the front with Hedden right in the wake of Rich Miller. Sheps is trying the far outside. We got 3 different grooves being used by the 3 cars. Whoa, Sheps has got really backed her around in turn 2 and almost slid to a stop. He keeps her moving, but he loses some ground there as he scrubbed a lot of speed off. Heidi Hedden looking to the outside as Miller stuck glued to the bottom, but here comes Hedden. Hedden got a run in the middle groove. They'll go side by side down the back. Into turn number 3, Miller and Heidi Hedden side by side through 3 and 4 and back down the front. Side by side for a full lap. Hedden getting a run there in turn 2 and Heidi Hedden moving to the lead now. Hedden got the run there and into the lead. Now leads into turn number 3, and Heidi Hedden will lead her first lap of the race, leading lap number 9. Hedden taking the lead over Miller as they move down the back into turn number 3. Greg Shepsis not that far back in 3rd. Here's the halfway sign for Heidi Hedden. Heading by 3 car lengths, 2.5 or 3 over Rich Miller as they head into the north end of the Speedway. Miller keeping pace now. He's got back to the outside. He was in protect mode. Now he is trying a new groove, racing where Heidi is and see if he can gain back in on her. He has not so far, although he's keeping pace and he looks fast up there. Heidi's got a good bite there in the middle groove and it actually opened up the 4 car lengths now. "12 laps complete, working lap 13 into turn number 3. Sheps is still about that 1/3 of a straightaway behind the leaders. Almost half a straightaway back. Got a good view of the battle for the lead, although Heidi Hedden has maintained that 4 car lengths now since taking the lead and pulling away. Miller keeping pace but unable to close back in. Next time by will be the Hi, How Are You lap. Miller closing into 2 car lengths in turn number 3. 5 laps to go. It's the Hi, How Are You lap. 5 to go on the Speedway. Hedden's lead has shrunk to 2 car lengths. Miller closing in even closer now, about a car length in as they race through 3 and 4 off the corner. Hedden stretches it back to 2. Hedden getting off the turns very well. That time got through 1 and 2 very smoothly with Miller keeping pace. Rich Miller, a 4-time champion here. Heidi Hedden has been up in points numerous times, but I believe she only has 1 career win. Hedden leading. Here's Miller trimming off about a car length. Now moving up to her back bumper. Here's the 2 to go sign. 2 laps to go for Heidi Hedden, and Hedden again pulls them off at turn 4. 2 more times around for Heidi Hedden. Miller gets a run again, but can't get within a car length and a half. Hedden brings it through 3 and 4. Down the front, here's the white flag for Heidi Hedden. Hedden got a run, now up onto her bumper again. She's gonna try 2 wheels on the inside. And Hedden, who has 2 career wins, will win her 3rd down the front over 25-time winner Rich Miller. Heidi Hedden's 3rd career win, her first since 2022, and she beats Rich Miller, who is our all-time leading winner with 25 career wins, and he settles for 2nd on this night. Greg Shepsis was third in the number 75. So career win number 3 for Heidi Hedden.
How about that, folks? Second female sprint car driver to take a checker flag tonight. We had a female win one of the heats in the 305s, and now Heidi Hedden getting her third feature win here. What a drive for Heidi Hedden. And that's no small feat, beating the best in the business, Rich Miller, all-time feature winner, and she beats the best. Heidi Hedden parking the Hedden racing machine. She is climbing out of the roll cage. Folks, let her hear it. Heidi Hedden, your sprint car feature winner. You can see that smile on her face through the helmet. Here comes her crew, which is basically Dad Sven down here, but gets a big hug. Heidi, come on over in front here. My goodness. Nice job, young lady. You beat the best in the business here, Rich Miller. You were so smooth and so strong coming off a turn 2. So much power out there. Your smile, you're going to be smiling for the next 48 hours. How'd it feel?
It felt great. I can't thank my dad enough for how much work he put into it. Coming back from crashing it last week at Bridgeport, he put it back together for me, and I can't thank him enough.
Dad's got some tears in his eyes behind you right now. We know how hard Sven works on this automobile, but, you know, tell the folks watching on YouTube. We have about 500 people watching right now from all over the country. What does it feel like standing here in New Egypt Victory Lane?
It feels great. I don't have any other words other than it feels great.
Now, are you going to go up to New York tomorrow?
No, we're not making it up there tomorrow.
You're just staying and basking in the Victory Lane glory right here in New Jersey.
Yeah.
All right, one more time, folks. Let her hear it. The ladies roll the wingless sprint cars. Congratulations, Heidi. Congratulations, Sven. What a great racing family here at New Egypt. Street Stocks making their way to the Speedway for their 15-lap feature as Victory Lane ceremonies continue. We'll make our way back up there. One more time, crowd. Let her hear it. Heidi Hedden. As Victory Lane ceremonies wrap up for Heidi Hedden, folks in the crowd, if you want to get your 50-50 tickets, don't forget, go to the ticket window. We have one of our 50-50 girls standing by. And for you folks at home, 431 current viewers right now watching all over the world, you can get in on the 50-50 by calling one of the 2 numbers on the upper left-hand corner of your screen. 640-529-5125 or 609-864-7903. So Heidi Hedden will drive her sprint car back to the pits and collect her third feature winning trophy. All right, here we go. Street stocks, 15 big laps. This is the way they'll come to the green flag. On the pole, car number 18, Patrick Force on his outside. Spider-Man, Spider Enzinger Jr. in the 9 Junior. The 88's Chris Lane, who'll start third. The fourth driver on Chris's outside is the original Old Bridge Outlaw, car number 98, Chris Allen Sr. Welcome back, Johnny Carpenter in the number 20. A hired hand this evening. On John's outside, the 8 of Bill Force. And A.J. Jadaki making it back out in Darren Cox's number 92. Darren Cox focusing on the sprint car this evening. So A.J. jumping on board the number 92. Again, this will be 15 laps. Wave lap this time by. Following this victory lane, get ready. The Oliver Communications Sportsman match race is up next. Then we'll take a very brief intermission. It's chilly out there. We're not going to hold you hostage all night. And we'll come back with the 4-cylinder feature, the 305 feature, and the non-winner Sportsman feature. This is your wave lap, folks. They're waving back. Wave at them. Keep that wave going all the way down the front stretch. Salute the street stock drivers well. 15 big laps for the final time in 2025. The street stocks take to New Egypt Speedway. Pat Force looked good in that qualifier. The field bunches up down the backstretch into turn number 3. Patrick Force and Spider-Man will look for the double green flags to fly out of turn 4. Here they go. Street stock finale for 2025 is underway. Patrick Force through turns 1 and 2 has the lead. Here comes Spidey on the outside. Spider Enzinger Jr. wheel to wheel, fender to fender, entering turn 3. Chris Lane thinking about making it 3 wide off the 4 that time by. As Spider-Man gets the edge going into turn 1. Still side by side, wheel to wheel, off a 2. Who's it going to be? Spidey inches ahead. Pat Force digging down low. 2 laps are complete. And now it's Pat Force back up in front. Chris Lane watching this side-by-side battle right in front of him. As now Spider-Man tries to swap grooves. Nothing there. Pat Force shut the door. Chris Lane looking to the inside of Spider Enzinger. That's the battle for the runner-up spot. Here comes Lane in the 88. Once again side-by-side for position. And behind them, that's Chris Allen Sr. and Johnny Carpenter in the 98 and the number 20. Things have settled down momentarily up front. Pat Force has about a 2.5 car length advantage over Chris Lane, Spider Enzinger Jr., Chris Allen Sr., and Johnny Carpenter. Bill Force is still out there in car number 8, and I believe A.J. Jadaki has taken the Darren Cox automobile into the infield. So Gremlins continuing on that number 92, but we're going to watch that battle back up front for the lead. This time by, it'll be 6 laps complete. Laps are ticking away quickly here. And Chris Lane now has Pat Force's sights set on that lead. Let's see what Lane can do in the 88. Right now, following Pat Force's tire tracks. Force has the fast groove around the Speedway. Chris Lane now going to the outside, keeping that momentum up. There's the crossover move. Great pass for Chris Lane. A textbook slide job for Chris Lane in the 88. Now Pat Force is going to battle back on the inside. Nothing there. Halfway, 8 laps down, 7 to go. 7 laps to go for your new leader, Chris Lane. Well, the support classes may be lacking in numbers, but they're big in excitement. We just saw a fantastic sprint car feature. We've got a barn burner here in the street stocks. Pat Force not letting Lane getting out of his sights. Enzinger has fallen back out of contention. He's running in 3rd. And Chris Allen Sr. trying to track him down. This time by, it's the Hi, How Are You lap. 5 laps to go. 5 to go for Lane. Now the street stocks are starting to space themselves out just a little bit as the laps tick down. Well, we have a battle for 3rd shaping up. Here comes Chris Allen Sr. to the inside of Spider Enzinger Jr. That's the battle for 3rd. That's the closest battle on the racetrack. Chris Lane with a couple of feature wins in 2025. He wants to add one more trophy to his collection. 3 laps to go this time. 3 laps to go for Lane. Pat Force still within striking distance, but he's got to make a move soon. Laps are winding down in a hurry. 2 laps to go for the 88. 2 laps to go for Chris Lane. Once again, they're closing up for that battle for 3rd, but Pat Force is maintaining about 3 car lengths behind your leader. Through 3 and 4, one more time. Chris Lane in the 88 sees the white flag waving. One more trip around the 7/16 mile over for Lane. Chris Lane wants to put another feature win in his 2025 season. Final 2 turns out of turn 4. Twin checkers in the air. Chris Lane wins the final street stock race of 2025. So Pat Force gave it all he could, but came up a little bit short, not by much, but an entertaining street stock feature. Chris Lane with his 3rd or 4th win of the 2025 season. Up next, match races for the Oliver Communications Sportsman. Chris Lane bringing the 88 around off the scales into victory lane. The original Mulligan's Restaurant and Grill. If you like trivia, they have trivia on Tuesdays. It's a good time over at Mulligan's right up the street in Farmingdale. Check it out. Chris getting the helmet off. After a spirited battle with Patrick Force in the 18, Chris Lane in the 88. Puts an exclamation mark at the end of his 2025 street stock season. Here he comes, exiting the automobile. Chris Lane, your street stock feature winner. Heck of a battle with Patrick Force out there. Track is real fast tonight. This car seems to like the cooler air.
Yeah, the track's really good. I want to thank the track crew and everybody who prepped it. Man, it was fast. On the bottom, I couldn't quite get him, so I said, you know what, I'll try it in the top. I knew I was better in 3 and 4 on the bottom, but the top, I went to the top and crossed him over. I just left my foot to the floor and went for it. So I got to hi to my kids at home. They're watching on YouTube. My wife, Kelly, and my sister, they were at their school dance. So hi to them. I love you guys. I'll see you in a little bit. And then thank my brother, Steve, my cousin, Mike, for all their help all year with this. We had a goal to get 4 wins, so I mean, we met the goal and then some, so I can thank my dad for all his help, all the sponsors. John Blue Incorporated, it's not on there still. It's technicality. Bryce's Auto Supply, Mulligan's Original Bar and Grill, GSS Industries, Kelly Lane Smart Miles Travel, or just Kelly Lane Travel, whatever you want it to be. If you need vacations booked, call my wife because that helps us get more race car money.
Your wife can post on the chat on YouTube to say where to go to get the vacations, right?
Exactly. She'll promote herself.
Hey, what a way, an explanation point on the end of a very good season.
Thank you very much.
One more time, folks. Chris Lane, your street stock feature winner this evening. And now we'll pass the microphone over to Nikki Leach, who is ready to call the match races between some of the 11 of the best sportsman drivers you'll find anywhere in the Northeast right here this evening. Nikki, it's all yours.
Thank you, Jim. Appreciate it. And Mr. Davis in the ice list number 4. We'll see who he picks for his first contestant on the match races. Are we ready for some match races, guys and gals? We have Pat Wall, Jack John, Ethan Bill, Mike Butler, Duncan Molesworth, Colin Cox, Dylan Swinehart, the gunslinger, Mike Toth, Matt Ellery, and Matt Martino. As they sit in the infield waiting to see who Steve Davis is going to call out. Amy. All right, we'll see who Steve Davis is going to pick, as he's got the red, black, white iceless machine. Amy, come show him the list. He's not a mind reader. He wants Martino. Matt Martino. Steve Davis wants Matt Martino. The guy coming out gets lane choice. See what he picks there, Stevie. All right, how many Matt Martino fans we got? How many Steve Davis fans we got? All right, here we go. Nice hat, Aim. Nice hat. All right, here we go. Martino and Davis. Got to be side by side at the cone. We got to thank Oliver Communication Construction Group for putting on the match races. Thanks, Phil. Thanks, PJ. I know you're up there in the tower somewhere keeping warm. Here we go. Pick your driver, pick your poison. Davis, Martino. Can Davis run the table? Pat Wall sitting over there. Matt Ellery sitting over there. We'll see. Got to be side by side at the line right here. Next up, intermission, but right now we're match racing 2x2, buckle my shoe. What do you do? Here we go, side by side. Davis, Martino. Davis on the high side, Martino on the low side. Davis. Couple car lengths. Both of them up on the chip. You can hear the car bubbling. Coffee's ready. Davis. Martino. It's Steve Davis. That's one. Let's see who he picks on the hit list. You crossing them off, Aim? Okay. Just checking. Just remember, if you hit the fat man, you're disqualified. Show him the list. Colin Cox. He wants CC Ryder in the 59. The 59, Colin Cox. How many Colin Cox fans we got? Tad Cox's youngster. Here comes Colin Cox. See what he picks. Pick a lane, kid. All right, he's going to take the outside. Davis will be on the inside. It's time. How many Steve Davis fans we got? How many Colin Cox fans we got? How many Terry Branson fans we got? Mark, what are you doing? Mark's over here going to cut himself. Look. All right, here we go. Keep your eyes on your guys and one hand on your fries. Hold your beer and give them a cheer. Here they come. Woo! Davis with a little bit of a slider. Down the back stretch, Davis. Cox going to hold. Keep him honest. Keep him honest. Here comes CC Ryder on the bottom. Davis up on the chip. Colin Cox staying with him. Colin Cox on the bottom. Here he comes. Nope. All right. It's time for Uncle Nick's Racing Wisdom here. Pick the bottom and slide them going into 1 and 2. Are you listening over there? Let's see who he picks this time.
Dylan Swinehart.
Dylan Swinehart, the gunslinger. Dylan Swinehart. How many Dylan Swinehart fans we got? Yeah, we got some Dylan Swinehart fans. There you go. How many Steve Davis fans we got? I need more cowbell. All right, Swinehart and Davis. Inside, kid, inside. You take the inside, you give him a slider, you might have a chance. What do I know? Mark, what are you doing? Making a witch's brew over here. Oh, now we're going to play cat and mouse? You got to pick that before you start, Dylan. Terry, fix that. Fix that, Terry. Fix that. He picked the outside when he went out there. Terry. Throw them both out. All right, here we go. Swinehart on the outside, Davis on the inside. Here we go. All right. Got to be even at the cone, the ice cream cone. Here we go. Swinehart, Davis. Swinehart trying to keep him honest. Don't lift, kid. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Wrong. Davis down the back stretch, opens up a couple car lanes on Swinehart. Swinehart trying to keep him honest. Now, Matt Ellery ran the table here, I think. I know Gary Butler ran the table here at one time. Davis is looking pretty good right now. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. I think, let's see what he wants now. You want? Stop it. Stop it. He gets to pick, not you. Molesworth. He wants Duncan. Everybody runs on Duncan. Duncan Molesworth. How many Duncan fans we got? How many Steve Davis fans we got? I need a little more cowbell. I got a hunkering for some cowbell. Mark, what the hell are you doing? You're making a hell of a mess here, Mr. Blackwell. Yes, you did. All right, anybody need any calcium to make their muscles better? We got a whole bunch of it right here. All right, here we go. Davis, and everybody runs on Duncan. Let's see what he's got. He picked the inside. He listened to Uncle Nick. Let's see what happens. Stay with him. Stay with him. Stay with him, kid. Stay with him. Oh, come on now. Don't give up now. Come on, Duncan. Throw a munchkin at him. Let's go. Davis. He's trying. Oh, boy. We got Mike Toth, Matt Ellery, Mike Butler, Ethan Bill, Jack John, and Pat Hall. Let's see who he wants now. My lovely assistant.
Mike Toth.
He wants Mike Toth. Bring Mike Toth out here in the 89. How many Mike Toth fans we got? How many Steve Davis fans we got? I'm going to be hearing that in my sleep. How many think Steve Davis is going to run the table? Stop it. All right, Toad's going to go on the outside. Davis will be on the inside, and here we go. I don't want to turn the show X-rated. I had to adjust myself. All right, Davis. Toad. Keep your eyes on your guys. Here we go. Toad's on the outside, Davis on the inside. Oh, boy, here he comes. This could be the move. This could be the move. Nope. Not yet. Stay with him. Stay with him. Down the back. Here we go. Don't lift down here. Don't lift. Don't lift. Slide. Damn. Woo! That was a hell of a try, though, wasn't it? Give that man a Pabst Blue Ribbon. I heard Ric Flair over there. Woo! All right, it's time to play the game. Pat Wall, Matt Ellery, where's Mike Butler hiding? He's over there sleeping. I know what he's doing.
Jack's Yawn.
Jack's Yawn. Jumping Jacks, where's he at? He's the pink car. The ladies special. Jack's Yawn. How many Jack's Yawn fans we got? All right, Jack's on the inside, Davis on the outside. Need somebody to keep you warm tonight. Ain't going to be no skinny guy, I'll tell you that right now. You need somebody with a little meat on their bones. Enough over there. Desiree, I hear you all the way out here. Here we go. Davis and Jack John. Here we go. Oh, 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 nope. Tried it, didn't work. Davis. Wow. We got Matt Ellery, Mike Butler, Ethan Bill, and Pat Wall. Steve is just chalking up his cue. He's trying to run the board here. Getting tired yet, Steve?
Mike Butler.
He wants Mike Butler. Send the butler out, and we'll see if he done it. Did the butler do it? We'll see. Come on out, Mike. Wake up. Let's go. All right, how many Mike Butler fans we got? Let's see if Mikey was paying attention while he was dreaming. Oh, boy. Now, Mikey's been a little bit under the weather this week. He's got a little bit of a fever. I got a hunkering for some cowbell. Here we go. How many Butler fans? How many Steve Davis fans? How many cowbell fans? Here we go. Well, that didn't work. Davis on the back stretch. Here comes Mikey Butler. Stand on it, kid. Stand on it. Butler isn't the one going to try a slider. Nope. And there are 3 left. 3 left. Meanwhile, back on the ranch, the cowbell.
Ethan Bill.
He wants Ethan Bill. Woohoo! Ethan Bill. Come on out. How many Ethan Bill fans we got? You need a hamburger? Chocolate milk, something? Where's Ethan Bill's mom at? Oh, my Lord. All right. How many Steve Davis fans? Let's see what he picks. He's going to try the outside. Stevie will be on the inside. Make sure that lady don't start throwing stuff up there by the tower. Make sure she don't got no rocks in her pockets. Bad enough we got to hear this damn cowbell all night. They already called the cops already. All right, here we go. Davis and Ethan Bill. Hey now. Hey girl, let's go. Here we go. Bill and Davis. Davis and Bill. Oh my. Uh-oh, Ethan Bill hanging tight. Hanging tight. Oh, a little bit of right rear. Down the backstretch we go, still Steve Davis. There's only 2 guys left. Pat Wall and Matt Ellery. Davis has a good chance to run the table. To her left. He wants Matt Ellery.
We never touched over there either.
I know that.
All right.
And he said, we never touched over there. Stop it. Stop it. You behave yourself over there. Give her a cowbell, will you? All right, how many Matt Ellery fans we got? That was our first flyby of the night. This is Ghost Rider. Can I storm the tower? No, it's not clear. All right, Maverick, let's go. How many Matt Ellery fans we got? How many Matt Ellery fans we got? I kind of figured people were tired of Davis winning them all. All right, here we go. How many Steve Davis fans? Cowbell? Oh boy, nice move by Davis on the inside. They're side by side. The fun begins right now. He's trying. Not enough. And then there was one. Pat Wall and Steve Davis in the bonus round. You all right up there, Stace? Stop it, Stacy. Stop it. All right. We don't have to ask him. Pat Wall's coming. All right, every Steve Davis fans, we got cowbell. How many Pat Wall fans do we have? Oh, boy, that's all I need. So, you guys are good. Whoever wins, you're good, right? Throw that damn cowbell in the trash then. All right, here we go. This is it. This is the money round. Pete, this is the money round, right? Pete's up there taking a nap.
Yes, it is.
Thank you, Pete. All right, here we go. Keep your eyes on your guys. Pat is on the inside. Two crafty veterans now. No youngins. Two veterans. Surprise, surprise, Gomer Pyle. Here we go. Pat Wall got the whole shot. Davis crosses him over. This could tell the tale right here. Davis now on the bottom. Pat Wall on the top. Nope. Oh, my. Oh, my. Nobody's lifting. Oh, my, oh, my, oh, my. Pat Wall. And Pat Wall had the bus mirror out. Let's hear it for Pat Wall. Oh, yeah, listen to the cowbell crew over there. Front runners. I guess you're rooting for the Eagles on Sunday too, right? That'll be enough of that. You all right? You all right up there, Stace? I'm worried about you. Ladies and gentlemen, Pat Wall. The Olivers will come out here. They'll be giving out the big money. STTC Service Tire Truck Centers, the 5W behind the wheel, you know who it is. More cowbell, please. Pat said he's stuck in here. He was taking a nap, and now he's stuck. He waited long enough. He said, I was sitting over there so long, I took a nap, and now I'm stuck in the seat. Yeah, you can get out. Please tell me you didn't bring that cowbell over here. Whoever crushes the cowbell so it can't clang. Oh, no. Ladies and gentlemen, Pat Wall. Were you sitting over there saying, I'll sit here all night, I'll just run the last one?
Listen, Steve did a great job for me. How about that? Steve has a really good car. He's going to race really well tomorrow night. I could see it. Just the way it worked out. Last time I lost it over there going for the finish line. Tonight was my night.
Yeah, I mean, two veterans going at it. You kind of knew what you had to do. You were watching all that time, so you knew you had to pick something quick. And here we are, Oliver Communications Construction Group. Always great to have them do the match races for us. Pat, you're going to get the big bucks.
First of all, I'd like to thank Phil and his family for doing this. He doesn't have to do this. He does it 3-4 times a year. I don't know if PJ's here, but I'd like to thank the whole Oliver group and their family for what they do. They're really good for the sport.
Let's hear it. Pat Wall, let's hear it for the Olivers. They're right here. One more time for Pat Wall, ladies and gentlemen. Jim, I'll give the microphone back to Amy, I guess. We're going to go to intermission. One more time for Pat Wall. Let's hear it for Oliver Communications Construction for putting on the match races. Thank you very much, Phil and PJ and family. I'll turn it back over to Pistol Pete. He's up in the Diamond Suite, Pete.
Well, thanks a lot, Nick. Let's hear it one more time for Pat Wall, the winner of the Oliver Communications Group match races for the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman. Pat also locked into the Pinewood Showdown tomorrow night, as he was the fastest car in the first session of hot laps as well. So Pat so far sweeping the evening, and I would assume he's not taking time in the second session. He's already locked in. No sense in beating the car up. So Pat with a very successful night number one here of the Pinewood Showdown. This will lead us into a very brief intermission. If you got to go to the bathroom, now is the time. Want to grab something to eat? Now is a great time. We're just going to pack the top groove in real quick, and then we're going to, as we call the first race to the staging lane, which is the 4 cylinders. 4-cylinder feature will be up next. Then we will have the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate timed hot lap session number 2, which will be about 4 or 5 groups once again. Then it will be the Mid-Atlantic Sprint Series 305 Sprint Car feature, and the final race of the night is our Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman non-winners feature. All right, folks. If you're watching on YouTube, we want to thank you for tuning in, and don't want to make sure you stay tuned. We got the four events I just talked about coming up in just a few minutes to entertain you through this very short intermission. We're going to play some of the interviews that Nick Leach did with the champions about a month and a half ago, the 2025 champions here. And as soon as we are ready to go racing, we will cut right back live here. And this is a great time if you want to get up to go to your fridge and grab something to eat and get back to your seat.
Playing for the first time in 5 years, hard to believe, but this four-cylinder class has come a long way. You and your son, and of course the Dunn family, you can't say enough about them to really get this class off the ground and running. But how it's changed over the years. The competition, a heck of a lot more tough out there, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's a little bit stiff competition out there, but it's pretty good.
What did it feel like here at New Egypt this season? You started racking up good place finishes. You didn't have a win until tonight, but that consistency really paid off.
I never give up. I just keep going, keep trying different things until I can pull it off.
And you run a couple of other tracks. So what are your plans in 2026? Are you going to be back in New Egypt to defend your championship? Are you going to go for another championship next year?
We're not sure yet. We'll find out where we're going to end up at.
They always bounce around in the beginning of the year to see where the top threes and wins are coming, right?
True. Yeah, we'll just try different tracks and see where we're at and how the competition is. And I like to go where there's the best competition. This way here, we have some fun.
How does it feel to be a champion in the four cylinders?
It's been good.
Been a while, but here you are once again.
Yes.
Joe Gary Sr., your four-cylinder New Egypt Speedway 2025 track champion.
You've really become a hell of a sprint car racer here at New Egypt.
Yeah, we've put the effort in for years. We've got a pretty good operation out of it. I just got to thank my dad. I think I put a lot of effort into getting better as a driver, but the car is all him. The launching off the corner is probably more him than me. So I'm just happy I get to turn the wheel and do the interviews on the front stretch. But it's been a good year. This is kind of stuff I dreamed of since I was a little kid. So it's pretty surreal.
Well, you don't have to dream about it anymore. I see how hard he works. I get here early. I see the car out of the trailer. I see him working on the car. I know how much it means to him to see you come out here and win championships and win races, and that makes him happy. So you're doing what he wants you to do. You're making him happy. You're making yourself happy. And the drive is a whole lot easier when you do stuff like this. You're holding that champagne. We're going to take you guys to victory lane so you can pop the cork. But well-deserved. You drove a hell of a race tonight. Very calculated. You weren't trying to go crazy, trying to catch them. You waited, picked your moves, done what you had to do, and you're a champion.
Yeah, that's about as exciting as I could hope we could end it on. I thought first lap I saw Brendan went fourth to first, and I thought maybe that was going to be the story of the race, but got lucky. Yellow came out when I needed it. We had a nice duel with Brendan. That was as exciting as anything we've done in years. So just pretty much a perfect night. Hopefully it's a good weekend, and hopefully next year is just as good.
All right, we'll look forward to that. This is Mick D'Agostino. He is your 2025 Wingless champion. Let him hear
it. Here you are again. You know what was neat about this season, Rob? You help a lot of cars out there. A couple of those cars, those drivers that you help, also found victory lane. It just shows that you're giving away some of your secrets, but it's made the whole class more competitive as well, and that's really neat to see.
Yeah, it's really good to see other guys that you help do good. It's a good feeling.
What does it mean to you to get another track championship here? You always come with top-notch equipment. You always roll out of your hauler with that ambition to park it in victory lane. That's the attitude you've brought all your career. Doesn't matter what track you show up at, but pavement, dirt, wherever you are. That's the attitude of a winner and a champion.
Yeah, no, it's you got to put in the weekly grind. Every week come in, and it's all good. It's just it's a challenge, but these are good fans here. It's a good place to race, close to home, and something to do on a Saturday night.
How does it feel, and what are your plans going into 2026?
Oh, I don't know. We got a lot of stuff going on over there at Jimmy's and stuff, with James, and who knows? Come and run some races, when I get some free time.
Not a regular next year, but you'll be here when you can.
You always say that. You got to see how it starts out. If it starts out good, then you get, roped into going all year.
All right, you are the champion of 2025.
Thank you.
Rob Ormsby, street stock champion at New Egypt Speedway.
Seven championships at New Egypt. What an accomplishment.
Yeah, I mean, just a couple weeks ago, we get to 200. You think that's not going to happen, and then that happens, and then you coming in this week, you're right there, and you're just trying to go through the motions the best way you can. And I thought mentally I did prepared pretty good. I mean, I know I drove my girlfriend nuts, but just trying to go over in the shop with our normal deal and do what we do, and that's and to come out for the feature, I said we just got to go. We can't wait, and we can't do this, can't do that, and that's what we did, and it worked out this time. It's like I said, it's unfortunate for Danny. Danny had a heck of a season. He ran up front, and I told him back there in tech, I said, you're due, you're going to get it. And, but just can't take all my sponsors. Obviously, I got Dave's here tonight, Izzy Truck and Rigging, that supports me a lot. Strober Wright Roofing, Crescent Hydraulics, TMI, Ellery's Bar and Grill, Banco Heating and Plumbing. And obviously one guy, I didn't say it before, but Stefan LaFrance at Trick Race Parts. I mean, me and him talk on a daily basis of what to do and how to do it. And without him, we wouldn't be standing here. And, you just keep picking away and do the best you can. And that's surround yourself with all these guys. And like I said, I feel like I got the best crew. I feel like I got the best sponsors. And all I got to do is go out there and drive. So, it makes my life a little easier. Obviously, it's super awesome to me to have my son and my daughter here tonight. Probably more cool than anything, to be honest with you. Didn't think that would ever happen again. And, just that's pretty cool, and just going to enjoy this one tonight. And then we got to get up early and go to Big Diamond tomorrow.
Well, the coolest thing I thought was when you came on Wide Open Wednesday before I brought you on the camera is you and Savannah. And I've seen you through your whole career. And to see Ryan go down, mature as a person, as a man, and do what you've accomplished in not only in racing but in your life, Ryan, that's something that you can be proud of. I mean, your son's a great guy. Your daughter, and everything you got going on. Like I told you before, we had all the naysayers, and the clock is turning the other way now. You got a lot of fans out there, and you're doing a hell of a job, and it's very well deserved that you got this championship.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's a lot of hard work behind the scenes, and just it's a whole totally group effort. And and when there's no I in team, there's no give up in this team. There was nights this year that we went home with our tail between our legs and didn't think we're even going to get a top 4 in points. And there's times we came here on a Saturday when modifieds were off, we practiced, and to not even go to a paying show, and that's not what we usually are about. But we just had to get the whole train back on the tracks and try to keep rolling there. And I figured the last month and a half we did turn it around, and just kept plugging away. We weren't always perfect, but we're there, and we never gave up. And just like last week, and when we got the flat, we just never gave up. And it was pretty cool. I went down to my mom and dad's grave this morning, and then to talk to them all through. Obviously, every week we do, but it's something special. Obviously, my dad's birthday was August 26th, so it's all in the same week. So it's just people you never forget. What Nick, we talk about it all the time. It's life is short, and you got to enjoy what you have in front of you, because before you know it, it's gone.
Well, he is your 2025 modified champion, 7-time modified champion, Ryan Godown.
This is Nick Leach live at New Egypt Speedway with a new challenge for our modified drivers. It's called the Modified 5-Second Challenge. What we're going to do is we're going to hand them a phone. It's going to have a timer on it. They're going to click start, and they got to stop it to see how close they can get to 5 seconds. This ought to be fun. Our first victim is coming up. Wait. All right, 3.7. What do you get?
4.43.
Not even close. It's not terrible.
No, it's not.
About
2.11. Wow. He went a little over, but he's at 5:48. .18. Shit, I wasn't even close.
And welcome back to the New Egypt Speedway. You are here in the tower with my partner, Jim Murdoch. I'm Pistol Pete Wortman, and we are just about ready to go, Jim, with the feature events. Jim will be calling the first one. It is the 4 cylinders coming out. You have 4 big events coming up here after this intermission period as the 4 cylinders rolling out onto the track. Jim, you're going to call this first one, and then we'll be getting back into the crates with their second time session. We'll lock one more car in tomorrow night into the feature event redraw for the crate Sportsman, and then we will also have our mass 305 sprint car feature and then our non-winners underdog feature for the crate Sportsman. Jim?
Pete, I'm really excited about those sprint car races both tonight and tomorrow night, and all the sportsman racing in addition to the 4 cylinders that are coming on the track right now. I love fall racing here at New Egypt Speedway. The track is fast. There's no dust whatsoever out there. We saw sprint car lap times in the mid 15-second bracket, folks. That's a 305 motor. They are hauling butt around this racetrack out here tonight. It's a little bit chilly. Temperatures are falling into the lower 50s, upper 40s. But if you're watching at home, if you live anywhere near New Egypt Speedway, you certainly want to come out here tomorrow night. So, Pete, we're getting really excited about coming up with the 4 cylinders. So we'll flip the cameras around. We'll show you folks at home what we're looking at out the booth window here. And this is the way the 4 cylinders will line up to take the green flag in the second to last 4-cylinder feature event of 2025. They'll be right back here tomorrow with the 305s and the Sportsmen. Wave lap this time by. As you're waving to your favorite driver, they'll be waving back at you. This is the way they're going to go to the green flag. On the pole, car number 26, that's Joe Gary Sr. on his outside. Hey, this young man looked fast in the heat race. Bobby Drayton, the 4th. On the inside of row number 2, that's Bobby Drayton, the 3rd. That's Bob's father out there. On his outside, car number 6, Dale Mull. Starting in 5th in the 51, Robbie Dunn. And on his outside, Logan Mull. Dom the Bomb Antonelli will start 7th in car number 88 with his dad watching live from Florida on YouTube. And then number 8, car number 18, starting in 8th, John Chalella. 15 big laps. Joe Gary Sr., Bobby Drayton the 4th. Look for the twin green flags. They are in the air. We are 4-cylinder racing, and look at Bobby Drayton the 4th go. Bobby Drayton the 4th jumping to the lead on the outside. Dale Mull trying to get up to 2nd. Dale Mull went from 4th to 2nd in one set of turns. Look at that. They're 3 wide behind him. Here comes Robbie Dunn in the 51. Robbie Dunn to the outside, 3 wide out of turn number 4. Dale Mull fishtailing out there in the number 6 as Bobby Drayton the 4th leads the way out of turn 2. Robbie Dunn in Penny's automobile. That black and purple number 51, driving on the outside. Oh, he gets sideways, nearly into the outside wall. Good three-car battle for second. Joe Gary Sr. Here comes Robbie Dunn and Bobby Drayton the third. Bobby Drayton the fourth has about a 5-car length lead over Joe Gary Sr. That car was really hooked up in the heat race. Bobby Drayton the fourth trying to find victory lane here on a chilly late October evening. He's looking strong, pulling away from Joe Gary Sr. Bobby Drayton in search of his first ever victory at the New Egypt Speedway. Here comes Dad to the inside for second. Bobby Drayton the third and Joe Gary Sr. now fender to fender off of two. Here comes Bobby Drayton watching his son lead. He would love to finish runner-up to his son or win the race. Bobby Drayton has won a bunch this year. Problems for Robbie Dunn's 51. That car comes to a stop on the outside wall. Yellow flag, caution on the Speedway on lap number 5. The Roost Restaurant yellow flag making a rare appearance this evening. Bobby Drayton, the elder of the two on the track, has 5 feature wins here at the Speedway. And now he's going to restart on the outside of his son. We mentioned Bobby Drayton went to victory lane this year 5 times. How many seconds did he have, Pete? He had a ton. 3 seconds. So out of the majority of races, Bobby Drayton the third, that's the elder of the two, either had a first or a second in just about every time the 4 cylinders raced here at the track. Robbie Dunn's automobile getting pushed back to the pits. It'll be an all Drayton front row. Senior looking for win number 6 of the year. Junior looking for his first ever win. All right, we're repacked and restacked and re-racked. Looking for the green flag out of 4. There it is, back underway with the 4 cylinders. Bobby Drayton, the 4th, followed by his dad, followed by Joe Gary Sr., followed by Dale Mullen, the 6th. This is a 15-lap event, and they'll be right back tomorrow night. If you like what you're seeing in the 4 cylinders, they'll do it all again in just under 24 hours from now. Well, now his dad's not letting him get away. Here comes Bobby Drayton, the 3rd, challenging his boy off of turn number 4. About 2 car lengths separates the 2 Draytons. They appear to have the fastest cars on the track, but Joe Gary Sr., you can never count out that 26. Our track champion in 2025, how you just watched during that intermission period for you folks watching on YouTube. You saw our interview with Joe Gary. One of the original drivers when this division started, about a decade or so ago. Now the top 3 have all accordion back together. 9 laps complete, 6 to go as they cross the stripe one more time. Bobby Drayton, the younger, followed by Bobby Drayton, the elder, followed by Joe Gary Sr., followed by Dale Mall. Oh, now Bobby Drayton getting high, wide, and handsome. Out of turn number 4, his dad is right on his bumper. 5 laps to go, 5 to go for the Draytons and Joe Gary. Now, will his dad act as a block for his son? Drayton Sr. knows that Joe Gary is there. Is he going to protect that line and block so his son can take home his first checker flag? Or is he going to challenge his boy for the win? He's a Drayton, so he's going to challenge him. 3 laps to go. It's the Drayton boys up front. Still single file. I think the dad's doing a pretty good job blocking the momentum of the 26. Out of turn number 4. This time by, it'll be 2 laps to go. 2 to go for the Draytons. Through 1 and 2. Here comes Joe Gary Sr. trying to spoil the Drayton family reunion out there. Lap and a half remains. What? Can you imagine what's going through Bobby Drayton IV's mind as he takes the white flag? 1 more lap around the Speedway to collect his first checker flag. Here comes his dad. His dad is right there, protecting that line, keeping Joe Gary at bay. Half a lap remains. The white flag waves. 1 set of turns left. Out of turn number 4, Bobby Drayton IV can see the twin checker flags. His dad tried, but it's not enough. Bobby Drayton IV wins his first 4-cylinder feature of his career. We love to see first-time winners at New Egypt Speedway, and it's got to feel a whole lot more special when that car you beat is your own father. The Drayton family, tears in their eyes. Do you have any fingernails left?
No. I don't even have any words. I can't.
Proud mama, proud wife. It's an all Drayton victory lane. Now, I know Nikki Leach is good friends with the Drayton family, so what better way to honor this victory lane than to have Nikki Leach interview a first-time winner with Bobby Drayton IV. Thanks, Jim.
All right, we're going to go down here and talk to this guy. Thank you, Jim. I really appreciate that. This guy gets his first one. His dad finished his second. There he is. Bobby Drayton IV, here he comes. Let him hear it. First one ever at New Egypt Speedway. Dad gets second. Well, this will get them on wide open Wednesday night. Man, you hit all your marks. You had 2 heavy hitters behind you, including your dad. I know there's nobody more prouder than your pop. Here he comes, Mom and everybody. You've been waiting for this for a while, my man. What do you got to say now?
Absolutely. I feel like I finally found out how this car works. I finally found out where to hit it in the turns, when to get on the gas, when to get off it, and just to, to floor it and just to really, really hit home. I got to thank, my pit crew, of course, for being out here, my crew chief, Tom, and Ed, and Joe, and all these fun fellas, and, of course, my head mechanic, Kim Cook, and Grandpa, of course, he's here from his car show. He had to skip his car show for this, so hopefully this makes up for it. But, I can't thank my parents enough for giving me the chance to be able to do this. I would not be here without them. It means a lot.
Well, the Drayton family's been in racing for a long time, and I watched you go up from this guy to this guy to this guy. Did you ever think that you'd be standing here in Victory Lane where your father has stood in Victory Lane in different race cars? You told me, I got to get there. Now you're here, man. This is cool.
It definitely feels unreal. Usually, like you said, I'm here when my dad's here, so it's definitely a nice change of pace. But, thank you to all you guys here at New Egypt. You really mean a lot to me. It really is something special.
The coolest thing is he brought my brother John to Victory Lane tonight. He told me to give him a decal to put on the car, and he done that. I appreciate that.
It was my lucky little sticker. There's a lot of people that have lost their lives recently, including Mr. Leach. And, our hearts go out to them, our thoughts and prayers.
Let's hear it for Bobby Drayton of Ford. He gets her done.
No problem. Bobby, were you driving to block the moves of Joe Gary, or did you give it all you had with your son? Because he was fast right out of the gate.
So every time I thought I would have a nice, clean run on him, I would try to do my move where I go in high and go low, and the track was too slick for me. And then I tried the outside up here, and it was too wet. The car jumped out. I almost lost it. Nah, that was all him.
All him. There it is. You heard it from second place. His dad, he was just trying to hold on to the thing. He gave it all he had, trying to race his boy. Tears from Mom. Well, as Victory Lane ceremonies wrap up, we're going to head back upstairs and get ready for our next event, which will be the second and final time trials for the Sportsman. And we're going to pick one more competitor to have that automatic redraw spot. Whoever gets fast time in this next round.
Folks, I've been told that it is now 50% off at the concession stand. Chicken tenders, fries, hamburgers, cheeseburgers, Jersey burgers, pork roll and cheese, and mozzarella sticks. Come and get them while we have it. So this is your chance if you've been thinking, maybe I eat something, or you've been sitting there going, I'm a little hungry. You got a couple minutes, run down and you'll get 50% off of anything they have available. Get it while supplies last, because once it's gone, it is gone. This is the last call for food, basically, and they're giving you 50% off. All right, next up, as Jim alluded to, actually didn't allude to it, he actually said it, is our timed hot lap session. This is session number 2. We will have, I believe, 4 or 5 groups, just like we did the first time around. And Duncan Molesworth, who was one of the 5 fastest in the first session, is the first car to hit the track for this session. The fastest car in these groups for this entire session will lock in to the Pinewood Showdown tomorrow night. George Garrish Jr. out there in the 4U. There's Duncan Molesworth in the 53. Bobby Butler in the 5B, making his return to modified type cars. Mark Moore is in the 20M. He was very fast and he also was a heat winner. He'll be in that non-winners race coming up soon. 21 is Ricky Moran. Mike Butler out there in the 04. He was fast the first time out as well. David Malozar in the 32C, and Jax Yan in the Carroll's Tree Service number 74. Nice looking car, and with that 74 being pink and purple like that, it reminds me of Bobby Braxton. A little bit of a throwback to the 80s. All right, cars picking up speed, and the green flag out of Mark Moore in the 20M, and the cars are on the clock. All right, watching on YouTube or live here at the Speedway, Mark Moore, first lap 18.356. Mike Butler, quicker, 18.159 as the first lap's going up. Now Jax Yan at the top of the list, 17.923. Molesworth was 17.935. George Garris currently third fastest, then Butler and Malozar. Jax Yan quicker, 17.844 on the second lap. George Garris moves to second at 17.914. Now 3 cars under 18 seconds. I believe we had 13 in the first session. Add a 4th one, Mark Moore, 17.942. Add a 5th one, David Malozar under 18. He's still 5th fastest, but 17.953. And Mike Butler was 18.007 on that lap, just missing to get into the 17-second bracket. For that matter, Bobby Butler is at 18.036. Checkered flag falling on the field. And Jax Yan at the top of the leaderboard. Mark Moore moved up to second in the 20M there on his last lap. 17.844 is the time to beat. Jax Yan in the 74 has it. Mark Moore at second fast time at 17.885. George Garris 17.914. Duncan Molesworth 17.935, and David Malozar at 17.953. Mike Butler 18.007, and Bobby Butler at 18.036. And then Ricky Moran at 18.858. All right, first session in the books, and Jax Yan is the time to beat. Time to beat is 17.844. The first session, the time to beat was 17.633 and held up. from the first group all the way through. That was Pat Wall who locked in. So now Jack John's going to try to duplicate that feat with a time of 17.844 and see if it will hold up through all the sessions. Zane Roth is the first car on the track in the 11X. First time here for Zane. Mike Toth, the second car out. He gave Steve Davis all he could handle in his match race. Probably that was the toughest one for Davis until Pat Wall beat him in the final. The 34, Dylan Morris, is out there as he comes by and down the front straightaway. Chris Bergstrom in the 3, one of our rookie graduates this year. Colin Cox in the 59. He was in the top 10 in the first session. Adriana Della Ponte in the 22A. Dylan Swinehart in the 38. He was also in the top 10 in the first session. And the 51 of Ryan Marr. Keep in mind, Jack Shawn now at the top of the leaderboard. He was second fast time to Pat Wall. When we did these a month ago, the same thing happened. The second fast driver got fast time in the second session. All right, green flag is out in the second session, and cars coming up onto the clock. Dylan Swinehart and Colin Cox, 9th and 10th right now. Nobody breaking the top 8 yet. Actually, I should say top 7. Nobody's broken the top 7 yet. Colin Cox is currently 8th. Dylan Swinehart 9th. Zane Roth is 10th. Now we got some cars moving up here. Dylan Swinehart, 7th fast time, 18.017. Top 6 are still from the first session, but not anymore. Dylan Swinehart, the 5th, at 17.941. Colin Cox moving to 9th. Adriana Della Ponte has moved to 10th now at 18.024. Checkered flag waving on the field. So Jack Gian's time holding up through a second group. 17.844 is still the time to beat. Mark Moore from the first session still second. George Garris was in the first session. He's third. Duncan Molesworth is fourth. He's in the first session. The fastest of this group was Dylan Swinehart, 5th fast time in the two groups at 17.941. David Malozar still at 6th. Mike Toth at 7th here at 17.965. Mike Butler, 18.007 at 8th. Colin Cox is 9th at 18.021. And Adriana Della Ponte from that second session at 18.024 is 10th. That's your top 10 through 2 of the 4 or 5 groups. Next car is out on the track. The 20 of Ryan Simmons leads them out. He was 13th fastest in the first group, or the first session. It comes by in the elegant exterior as number 20. Matt Martino is in the 226. He was in the top 10 in the first session. Matter of fact, he was 10th. Jimmy Wires is in the 84. Steve Davis, who won 9 of the 10 match races, is in the number 4. Tommy Klimkowski is in the 22. Charlie Casaboon is in the 7A. And the 14 is Ethan Bill. Joe Toth is in the number 9. Matt Ellery is in the number 29. And Dakota Kohler in the 59K is stopped in turn 4. After he pulled out of the pits and came around to turn 4, he is stopped, so we'll see if he needs a push back or just needs to be push started. After these sessions are completed, we will have next up the Mass 305 Sprint Car feature. All right. 17.844 is the time to beat. Dakota Kohler did get rolling, and we are green, and we will see who can crack the top 10 here now. But remember, only the fastest car gets the other redraw spot for tomorrow night. Pat Wall locked into tomorrow night as he was the fastest in the first session at 17.633. Jack Sean had the second fast time in the first session. He is currently at the top of the leaderboard here in the second session. And I believe Steve Davis has just turned 8th fast time in the number 4. He gets dropped to 9th because Matt Ellery turned 7th fast time, 17.964. Matt Ellery moving up, 4th fast time, 17.924. 4th fast time for Matt Ellery in the 29. Steve Davis at 9th, Matt Martino in the 226 now into 10th, which is right where he was at the end of the first session. And he's back to 10th in this session. 17.990. 10 cars have been under 18 seconds in this second session. Steve Davis to the top 5. He was 5th at 17.924, actually tying Matt Ellery. So Jack Sean's time still holding up at 17.844. Mark Moore, 17.885. George Garrish Jr., 17.914. Matt Ellery and Steve Davis, both in that group, identical times of 17.924. So they are tied for 4th. 6th is Duncan Molesworth. Then it is Dylan Swinehart, David Molozar, Mike Toth, 9th, and Matt Martino, 10th. They are the only 10 cars that have been under 18 seconds in the 17-second bracket here in this second session. Some of the same spots, too. Matt Martino was 10th in the first one. He's 10th in this one. Davis was 11th. He's 5th in this one. Matt Ellery was 9th. Mike Toth was 8th. So that's it. No more cars in the staging lane. Jack's Jan. And for the second straight month of doing this, we did it last month with a 2-day show. And in that one, I believe Pat Wall was the car that was second fastest and then was the fastest in the second session. This time, he's the fastest in the first session. Jack's Jan is second fastest and then becomes the fastest. So Jack's Jan is your automatic qualifier for the second locked-in spot in the redraw for tomorrow night. So congratulations to Pat Wall in the 5W and the 74 of Jack's Jan. All right, it's time for the 25-lap feature event for the Mid-Atlantic Sprint Series, the 305 sprint cars. While it's quiet, let's give you the starting lineup. Starting on the pole, driving the Tanner Dairy Store, number 19T out of Ivyland, Pennsylvania, DJ Tanner. And lining up alongside of him from Jackson, New Jersey, driving the Professional Design Services, number 7, Aiden Borden. Third starting spot, the Chalmings Electric, number 51, a heat winner tonight. That is Shelby Kelly. Starting alongside of Shelby Kelly, outside the second row, driving the 56T, that is Andrew Turpin. Row number 3, on the inside in the Carber Lawn Care, number 8C, Brian Carber. And lining up alongside of Carber, he is a 7-time career winner here at the New Egypt Speedway, including the last time they raced when he won going away. Driving the number 35, Buddy Schweibens. 7th starting position. He drives the number 11. He's a feature winner in his career here at New Egypt, and he won his heat here tonight, Ryan Stillwagon. And lining up alongside of Stillwagon, 8th starting spot out of Bridgeton, New Jersey, the 19 of Tim Yule. 9th starting position, he drives the family-owned number 18. He has 10 career modified wins here, 4 career 305 wins. Driving the 18 and a heat winner tonight, Tim Tanner Jr. And lining up alongside of Tanner in the number 88 is Rory Janney. Row number 6. 11th starting spot out of Newfield, New Jersey. Driving the number 70 is Eddie Wagner. And lining up alongside of Wagner in the Betts Garage, number 22 out of Newark, Delaware, the leader of the Diamond Doubleheader Series point standings coming into these last 2 events. That is Troy Betts. Troy Betts in the 22. He also has 1 career win here at the New Egypt Speedway. It came last season. 410 sprint standout Rick Lafferty is in the McVeigh Racing number 83. He'll start 13th. Alongside of him, the McBride Fireplaces number 21J of Jason Dunn. Jeff Paulson is in the Frank Shocks number 16. He'll start 15th. And then the All-State Autoglass number 4 of Bobby DeVault. DeVault also a winner here in his career. He will start 16th. Cars getting heat in their tires as they catch back up to the pace truck. Josh Fox in the 3J will start 17th. Tyler Grew in the 4G will start 18th. Row 10 will be the 24 of Jared Kreider and the 86 of Darren Cox. Cody West starts 21st in the 56. Then it is Kurt Rainey in the 26A and Mike Shea in the 92. Mike Shea in the 92 will start 23rd. Last starting spot for Shea. All right, cars 2x2 as we check the lineup here. All 23 cars on the Speedway. DJ Tanner and Aiden Borden on that front row. Shelby Kelly, who is very fast in her heat race. We watched Shelby get faster each time out here. She has logged laps here to get that fast, coming to every practice session we have practically at the starts of the season. Andrew Turpin and a couple of winners there. Brian Carver with 6 career wins and Buddy Schweibens with 7 on that third row. All right, this is going to be your wave lap. Get on your feet and wave to them. They're going to wave back at you as we get ready to go 305 sprint car racing here in New Egypt Speedway style as we get ready to have thunder in the pines. Ladies and gentlemen, the Mid-Atlantic Sprint Series 305 sprint cars. All right, lights go off around the Speedway. DJ Tanner on the inside. Aiden Borden alongside. Lights are out. It is time to go racing. Race fans, are you ready to feel the thunder in the pines? Because the 305 sprints are ready to go racing. And we're underway. Look out, we got a car flipping wildly in turn 1. That is Jason Dunn. And that will bring out the red. Jason Dunn catching the outside guardrail in turn number 1. And report from the scene is that Jason Dunn is okay. He's going to take a minute before he gets out of the car to catch his breath. He got some serious airtime over there. And if you're watching on YouTube, we may have a replay here now that they are checking different angles. Jason Dunn bringing out the red on the initial start, so we'll, as we watch the replay here, you'll see the car flip right there at the top of your left-hand corner of your screen. He just slid in high and got up over the cushion, and there was another car with him behind him that almost caught the guardrail as well, but didn't, or just brushed it. And Jason Dunn just getting into that guardrail hard enough that the car snapped back and then dug in with the left side and flipped, and you'll see right top left-hand corner of your screen, you see it catch, turn sideways, and then flip a couple of times end over end, getting some air time there. He was up at the top of the catch fencing. Right at the end of where the catch fencing ends is where he came to rest down there in between turns 1 and 2. And Jason Dunn is getting out of the car. He can hear you now. Let's hear it for Jason Dunn. And he caught his breath, and now he's out of the car, and he will sit on the stretcher talking to EMS. I can see him if you're on YouTube. You can see him. He is just a little shaken up, just kind of catching his bearings here. So the EMT's talking with Jason Dunn. I believe they are going to let him rest on the stretcher there. He got up and walked around a little bit, and it looked like they told him to sit back down. He's just getting his bearings, so looks like he's going to just take a ride back to the pits in the ambulance. If you're watching at home on YouTube, we have another angle for you. It's a lot of different cameras we're checking. This one may not show you the whole accident, but you'll see what started it. You saw him hit the fence, and we'll rewind that again for you. So when you see this one, just watch the fence very close to the bottom of your screen, and you'll see the contact with the fence, and then the car goes off the angle. Yep. Just got in high and over the cushion and caught the fence out there. Red remains on as the ambulance taking him back to his hauler.
Are you off of me?
So Jason Dunn's car being picked up over there in between turns 1 and 2 by a wrecker. So we will move four-wheelers and push trucks into position here to pick up the cars for the restart and get them started again. Of course, these sprints have to be push started. So folks, tomorrow night we will, of course, have the Pinewood Showdown for the Crate Sportsman, all the qualifying. With warm-ups at 5:30, first race is at 6:15. So we start a little bit earlier tomorrow night. 50 lapper, 4,000 to win for the Factory Apparel, the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman, as you see Jason Dunn's car being cradled back to the pit area. The same Mass 305 sprint cars will be here for another full show tomorrow night, along with that full show of the Crate Sportsman, capped off by that big 50-lap Pinewood Showdown, paying $4,000 to win and $200 to start. The four cylinders will be back for another exciting race. And we will have vintage cars here tomorrow night. All the action getting underway a little earlier tomorrow night. 5:30 warm-ups and 6:15 for the first race. All right, cars getting heat back in the motors and lining up behind the pace truck. Looks like we have them all running once again. All right. Once again, it'll be a complete restart. We have no laps complete. DJ Tanner in the 19T and Aiden Borden in the 7. 51 of Shelby Kelly and the 56T of Andrew Turpin. Then it'll be Brian Carber in the 8C and the 35 of Buddy Schweibens. Ryan Stillwagon in the 11 and Tim Yule in the 19. Tim Tanner in the 18 and Rory Janney in the 88. Eddie Wagner and Troy Betts on that 6th row as the cars get 2x2 once again. The lights are out. We're going to be going racing this time. Pace truck light turns its lights off as well. It'll make the left turn into the infield. It is time once again to go Mass 305 sprint car racing here in the Pines. Off at turn number 4, we are green. Take 2 for the Mid-Atlantic Sprint Series as they work through 1 and 2 and down the back. Some 3 wide racing back there and near the back of the top 10. It is DJ Tanner leading the way as they complete lap number 1. Aiden Borden second. Buddy Schweibens has moved into 3rd from 6th starting spot in 1 lap. Shelby Kelly 4th and then Brian Carber. Ryan Stillwagon up to 6th as they come off of 4 and down the front. But not for long as Tim Yule returns the favor. He gets back under Stillwagon. DJ Tanner opening up about 5 car lengths on the field as Aiden Borden chases after him, but he's got Schweibens all over him. Buddy Schweibens looking for a groove. Looking for a little racing room. Takes a look to the inside of Borden. Borden's got him covered right now. He'll go right back into his wake now and try to chase him down. Here comes Schweibens back on the inside. Buddy Schweibens the 2nd spot. Schweibens from 6th to 2nd now in 4 laps. He'll set his sights on Tanner. Tanner's almost a half a straightaway ahead of him though. Aiden Borden next in line. Shelby Kelly running a nice solid 4th here and reeling in Aiden Borden. Tim Yule on the move. He's by Carber for 5th. Yule the 5th now in the 19. Carber is 6th. Stillwagon 7th. Troy Betts up from 10th to 8th. Then it is Turpin and Tim Tanner. DJ Tanner just about to catch the back marker of Kurt Rainey. Schweibens has trimmed into his lead. The yellow lights are on, and that's why DJ Tanner had backed out of the throttle. Yellow lights are on. Well, we have a car spun in turn number 4 on the top there. It may be the 86 of Darren Cox. Darren Cox spinning in turn number 4 to bring out the yellow. Six laps complete. Buddy Schweiben started 6th. He was 3rd after a lap. He was 2nd after 4. Took him 3 laps to solve the Aiden Borden puzzle. And the last 2 laps, he was reeling in the 19T of DJ Tanner. Tanner was just getting the lap traffic. This will give Tanner some open track in front of him here for several laps, which could help him. Schweiben's is fast, but does not look as dominating fast as he was the last time he was here. Looked like DJ was just as fast. All right, Darren Cox has been pushed away and rejoins at the rear of the field. The lead was 1.6 seconds before the yellow came out. The cars are now doubled back up. DJ Tanner on the inside of that front row for the restart. Lights are out. 6 down, 19 to go. All right, here they come. Drag race side by side into one. Schweiben's on the outside of Tanner, working through turn 2. Buddy Schweiben's around the outside and into the lead over DJ Tanner. Borden is side by side with the 51 of Shelby Kelly. He'll take 3rd, Kelly 4th. Yule and Carver going at it for the 5th spot. It looks like Yule will get the spot. Here comes Carver, though. Carver taking it back. Carver running hard there in the 5th spot. We have a problem in turn number 2. Yellow lights are on. We have a car down on the inside against the inside guardrail in turn number 2. A spin down there. Somebody spinning into up against the inside guardrail there, and the yellow lights are on. I think that was Tyler Grew. Who spun and is rejoined at the rear. All right, lights are out, Buddy Schweiben, 7 laps complete. Here he comes. And we are back to green. A single file restart with the 2 yellows in a row, a lap apart there. And Schweibens will lead him down the backstretch and into turn number 3, chased by DJ Tanner and Aiden Borden. Shelby Kelly fourth, and then Brian Garber. Schweibens checking out at the front here. He has opened up to a little more than a quarter of a straightaway, almost a third of a straightaway already as he drives away from the field. DJ Tanner being hunted by the 7 of Aiden Borden. Borden within 3 car lengths now as a battle for second about to heat up. Shelby Kelly not far behind that duo there in 4th. Carver is 5th, and it's Ryan Stillwagon, Yule, Wagner, Betts, and Rory Janney. Schweibens is on his horse. He is 2/3 of a straightaway out in front now as he is pulling away at will and reeling in the back markers. He should hit lap traffic this next lap. 12 laps complete this time by. 13 to go as Schweibens closing in on the back of the field in turn 2. He'll have them by turn 3 as he will move to the outside of Kurt Rainey. Now I'll take that back. He drops to the inside. Now he'll follow Rainey off the corner here. DJ Tanner hard on the throttle, hoping he gets held up in traffic. Schweibens around Rainey, coming up on Grew now as they head into turn number 3. We're halfway, 13 down and 12 to go. Now 14 down as Schweibens crosses the line. DJ Tanner a little over half a straightaway back as Schweibens negotiating lap traffic. Now he'll get to the outside of Josh Fox. Fox in the 3J there in the middle group. Schweibens is around him and right on Darren Cox, and he'll squeeze between Cox and the fence in turn number 1. Schweibens on the far outside. He'll put a lap on him and move past another lap car. 3 lap cars between him and the second place runner, DJ Tanner. Tanner's got Aiden Borden right on his tail tank now as they battle for second in lap traffic. Schweibens with a 2.5 second lead right now as they race through 3 and 4. Aiden Borden to the inside of DJ Tanner, side by side at the start-finish line. Tanner had him by a whisker. Now Tanner gets the spot back. 2 lap cars right in front of him. Here comes Borden back on the inside of Tanner down the front. Into turn number 1. Tanner puts a lap there on the 4 of Tyler Grew. Now puts a little gap between himself and Aiden Borden. They are putting a show on in lap traffic as DJ Tanner gets around the outside. Schweibens is a full straightaway out in front now, 4.5 seconds in front of the second place DJ Tanner. Aiden Borden, heavy lap traffic. Shelby Kelly side by side with Brian Carver. Carver taking the 4th spot in lap traffic. Carver took the 4th spot and he is closing in. There's a lap car between himself and Aiden Borden now. 4 laps to go. Tanner has broken loose from those lap cars. Borden down on the bottom. Carver with a slider up in front of Josh Fox. Here comes Shelby Kelly back at Carver again. Good battle for 4th as Carver trying to hold off Shelby Kelly. He just got her a lap ago. It'll be 2 to go next time by. Kelly down on the bottom, can't get under Carver. It is all Buddy Schweibens. Tanner now all by himself in second, half a straightaway ahead of Aiden Borden. And now Carver has broken free from Shelby Kelly. So the top 5 have spread out. White flag is out. Final time around for the 35 of Buddy Schweibens. And Schweibens takes the checkered as DJ Tanner was between 3 and 4. 6.5 second win for Buddy Schweibens. Aiden Borden third, Brian Korber and Shelby Kelly. Ryan Stillwagon is 6th, Eddie Wagner 7th, Tim Yule, Troy Betts, and Rick Lafferty in the 83 will be 10th. So just about 6.5 seconds, 6.461 difference between Buddy Schweibens and second place runner DJ Tanner. DJ Tanner settling for second. Once again, Buddy Schweibens with another clinic here at the New Egypt Speedway. Aiden Borden finishes third. Brian Carber in the 8C was fourth. The 51 is Shelby Kelly. I believe her first ever top 5 here. But it is Buddy Schweibens' 8th career win. He is all by himself now in third on the all-time win list as he breaks the tie with Kyle Reinhardt. And he is 1 win behind tying Mark Bittner for second on the all-time win list, and he could get it tomorrow night.
Well, there's something about New Egypt Speedway that Buddy Schweibens loves. We've talked to him many times down here in Victory Lane now for his 8th checkered flag in his relatively short career. And every time we ask him, what is it about this place? He doesn't know, but here he is, Buddy Schweibens, your Mid-Atlantic 305 Sprint Car feature winner. In the All-State Auto Glass, Garton's Truck and Auto Service. 3-amp LED. Buddy, I ask you this question every time I meet you down here. What is it about New Egypt that just suits your driving style?
I don't even know, to be honest with you. We have a pretty good roll going on here, but, I mean, the car's just really good. I mean, I just hold the wheel straight. It's pretty much only my job, so I can't give it up enough to everyone behind me, and helps us get here every week.
You are so good at passing lap cars. And when you get into that heavy lap traffic, you have no idea where second place is, how quickly they might be coming up. You won by 6.5 seconds.
Yeah, you know, I just try to keep my nose clean, and I think that's the name of the game here, especially when you get the lap cars, and just get around them as quick as possible, because especially down 3 and 4, it's kind of a narrow line, but you can still make it work.
Well, you're closing up on the all-time 305 win list here. You have a chance to tie tomorrow night with Mark Bittner. What's your strategy going into night 2?
Hopefully we have a good enough car like we did tonight, and you know, I think as a team we have some pretty forward positive momentum here, so hopefully we can roll that in tomorrow and hopefully get another win.
You have a lot of years left. I mean, being third or attempting to be third on the all-time win list in this car, that's got to be spectacular in just a couple of years here.
Yeah, for sure. You know, I will always say this. I didn't like this place at first, but the last few years we have had a roll here, and to be on the list is pretty dang cool.
Good job.
Thank you.
One more time, folks. Buddy Schweibens finding victory lane for the 8th time at New Egypt Speedway. Let's do the 50-50 real quick before the photographers get busy here. Buddy, dig deep, call out a number. All right. It's a white ticket. Let's get out of the way. 183-587. It's an online ticket. Online ticket, folks. 183-587. 183-587. Now, they're going to have to mail you a check for the money. So if you have that number, call the office, I guess, right? Yeah. They'll Venmo you the cash back. It's not a lot. Spoiler alert, it's not a lot. But it's more money than you had about 3 minutes ago. Our first online winner of our 50-50.
So Buddy Schweibens' 8th career win here at the New Egypt Speedway. 3rd now on the all-time list. We'll see if we can tie Mark Bittner tomorrow in day 2 of this Diamond doubleheader series, and the final race of that series coming up tomorrow night. All right. It is time for the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman non-winners feature. This is the underdog non-winners race. And this is how they will line up. Remember, the top 10 cars were the top 5 in each heat, and they drew for these starting positions. Starting on the pole, he drives the number 84. That is Jimmy Wires. And lining up alongside of Wires, and he was very fast in his heat race, working his way up through the field in the 07 PJ Bazowski. Dylan Morris is in the 34. Will start in the 3rd position. Alongside of Morris, the 04L of Logan Starr. Then it's the 04C of Jordan Cox, starting in the 5th position. And alongside of Jordan, driving the 921 Aiden Spencer, one of our rookie champions this year. Ryan Marr is in the 51 and will start in the 7th position. And lining up alongside of Ryan, driving the number 89, is Mike Toth. 9th starting position, he drives the 20M, was a heat winner tonight. That is Mark Moore. Mark Moore in the 20M. Duncan Molesworth will start 11th, or I'm sorry, start 10th, alongside of Moore in the number 53. '11th starting spot will be the 59K of Dakota Kohler. Lining up alongside of Kohler, the 3WP of Will Protinick. Protinick will start in the 12th position. 13th starting spot, the 7A of Charlie Casaboon. And lining up alongside of Casaboon in the number 226 is Matt Martino. Martino in the top 10 both sessions tonight in the time trials. He'll start 14th. 15th starting spot, from New York State, and I'm not sure he's out there, and the number 2 is Ricky Levesque. Tom Klimkowski is in the 22. The 351 is Anthony Tortorello. Then it's Chris Bergstrom in the 3 starting in 18th. 19th starting spot, the 21 of Ricky Moran, and Drew Ziegler is in the 4, and he will start 20th. And I think we have 19 cars. Let's see what we got when they come by here as the white flag comes out, and this is your wave lap. No, we only have 17 cars. The 2 of Levesque from New York is not out there. I don't see the 3 of Chris Bergstrom. Oh, I see him now. I mean, that's 18 cars. So Levesque is one of them in the 2. The other car missing is the 351 of Anthony Tortorello. All right, 2 by 2. It is time for the underdog. 20 and we are green. In the 1 and 2, they bunch up back there as the front row got off to a good start. Jimmy Wires leads Bazowski down into 3. Then they are all bottled up behind that, off of turn 4 and down the front. In through 1 and 2 and down the back, Wires leading the way over Bazowski. Then it is Logan Starr in the 3rd position as they work off of turn 4 and back down the front. No, that is Jordan Cox. Jordan Cox in the 3rd position in the 04. Dylan Morris is 4th. Ryan Marr 5th with Mark Moore right behind him, and then Mike Toth. Toth under Moore over there as they battle for the 6th position. Jimmy Wires setting the lead here as he leads through 1 and 2 and down the back. Working on lap number 4. Winner of this race gets locked into the Morris feature, or gets a guaranteed starting spot anyway. Bazowski running 2nd and Jordan Cox 3rd, and they have pulled away from the field. It's a guaranteed spot for tomorrow. They will have to try to qualify. If they do not, they will be added to the back of the field automatically. If they do qualify, the extra 200 for the extra starting spot will be rolled into a award for the driver who is first on the hook tomorrow night in that 50 lapper. Down the back, it is Jimmy Wires. He has about a 5-car length lead over PJ Bazowski. Followed by the 04 of Jordan Cox. Ryan Marr is 4th. Mark Moore is in 5th. Then it's the 89 of Mike Toth running in the 6th spot. Dylan Morris is 7th. Duncan Molesworth is 8th. Logan Starr is 9th. And Wilfro Tinnick is 10th. 8 laps in the books. We're just 2 laps from less than that now, from halfway, as Jimmy Wires continues to show the way. Wires clicks off lap number 9, and we got a car in turn 2. We got a car spun against the inside guardrail in turn 2. From my angle, it's right behind the light pole. I believe it's Chris Bergstrom in the 3. All right, Jimmy Wires kicks the wheel. Bazowski alongside, and we're green. Bazowski on the high side there, trying to hold on to second. Here comes Jordan Cox on the inside. Jordan moving into the second position now. Mike Toth on the move. Toth grabbing fourth from Mark Moore. Moore back underneath him and takes the spot back. Ryan Marr is sixth. Mark Moore has been impressive here, winning his heat. He was fast in the time trials, and now running in the fourth spot is Ryan Marr, battling with Mike Toth for fifth. Martino trying to work his way up in the 226. Duncan Molesworth as well in the 53. Jimmy Wires' lead is 3 car lengths over the 04 of Jordan Cox. Moore underneath Bazowski, almost had him that time. Bazowski's momentum takes him back around. Mark Moore continues his charge to the front here. Mark Moore started 9th, working on 3rd, and here comes Jordan Cox. Jordan Cox has reeled in the 84 of Jimmy Wires. And we got a battle shaping up for the lead here. As Moore again looks under Bazowski, Jordan Cox looks to the inside. Jimmy Wires holding him off. Wires really impressive here. He does not run here very often. It may only be like his 3rd time here. Jordan Cox obviously has raced here for many years. Used to run his Diamond 1 all the time here, red number 1 with a diamond in the middle of it. He got even with Jimmy Wires again. Will tuck back in behind. This time will be the 5 to go. It's the Hi, How Are You lap. 5 laps to go for Jimmy Wires, who's led since the start, but Jordan Cox is on him like a cheap suit. Yellow, we got a yellow. Car backwards in turn 4, and another one against the fence. The car against the fence is Bergstrom in the 3. I believe that is Dylan Morris in the 34 that's backwards. Up high in turn number 4. Well, 5 laps to go, and Jimmy Wires, who does not run here very often, this might be his 3rd or 4th time ever here, has done a great job holding off the veteran Jordan Cox, who is all over him, and this is shaping up to be a barn burner to the end. We are at 5 laps to go now, so it is single file on the restart. PJ Bazowski runs 3rd in the 07, another driver who is not a regular here. Mark Moore has been here several times over the last couple of years, but he's kind of a semi-regular. That's what I would call him. Mike Toth, of course, is a regular and a veteran. Whoa, there is some heavy damage to the right side of that 34. Car is setting on the ground on the right side. The left side looks okay, but the right side is completely crumpled and dragging on the ground from wheel to wheel. Dylan Morris will bring it down the ramp and off the track. Track officials just on a track check. There is a looks like a Nerf bar. I believe that's the right side Nerf bar that came off of Dylan Morris's 34. Mike Toth running 5th in the 89. 6th was the 51 of Ryan Marr. 7th, the 226 of Matt Martino, who started 14th. He's moved up 7 spots. Duncan Molesworth is 8th in the 53. Logan Starr 9th in the 04. And 10th is the 3WP of Will Protinick. Dakota Kohler is running 11th in the 59K. And Charlie Casaboon in the 7A. Of course, that is Chick Casaboon's grandson. Runs in the 12th position in the 7A. All right, 5 laps to go, and Jimmy Wires has had Jordan Cox all over him. He does get the benefit of a single file restart here. The track crew was checking the track for more parts from Dylan Morris's car. They want to make sure now the white flag is out. So the track is clear and we're going racing. 5 laps to go. The winner gets a guaranteed starting spot in tomorrow night's Pinewood Showdown. Jimmy Wires in the 84 will bring him back to racing. Lights off at turn 4, and Jimmy Wires brings him back to the green. Hammer down into turn number 1. It is Wires over Jordan Cox, and he opens up 3 car lengths right away, but the yellow lights are right back on. And it's for Drew Ziegler in the number 4 in turn number 4. Drew Ziegler just car getting out from under him there on the restart. All right, 5 laps to go. Same restart. Ziegler spun and was at the back, and they are over there now looking at him. I'm not sure what the issue is here. Maybe he needs a wrecker. Jimmy Wires has led from the start. Jordan Cox started 5th and runs 2nd. Bazowski started 2nd. He's running 3rd. Mark Moore started 9th and is up to 4th. That's 5 spots. The 89 of Mike Toth runs in the 5th spot. He started 8th. The 226 of Matt Martino started 14th and runs 7th. He has moved up 7 positions. Duncan Molesworth runs in the 8th spot. He started 10th. Logan Starr started 4th. He's back into the 9th position. And then running 10th is Will Protinick. He started 12th. Dakota Kohler started 11th, and he runs 11th. And Charlie Casaboon runs 12th. He started 13th. So the big mover is Matt Martino in the 226, who's moved up 7 spots. And Mark Moore, who has moved up 5, he runs 4th in the 20M. All right, they finally got Ziegler coming back around here. All right, single file off a turn 4. Green is out. We're back underway, 5 laps to go. Mark Moore making another move here, trying to get into the top 3. Toth's going to make it 3 wide for the 3rd spot. Bazowski on the outside, Toth on the inside of Mark Moore. Wires leading the way over Jordan Cox. Here comes Mark Moore. He wins that 3 wide battle. Toth comes with him down on the inside. He'll settle for 4th right now. Bazowski is 5th, then it's Ryan Marr and Molesworth. As Martino drops back 1 spot. 3 laps to go for Jimmy Wires. Then we got another car, 2 cars at the back of the field. I believe that is Chris Bergstrom once again in the number 3, along with the 22 of Tommy Klimkowski, who is backed into the inside guardrail. All right, green is in hand, and here they come. In through 1 and 2 and down the back. Jimmy Wires by a couple of car lengths over Jordan Cox. This will be 2 to go. 2 laps to go down the front. 2 to go, 2 to go. Mark Moore trying to hold on the 3rd. Mike Toth has other ideas. Toth down on the bottom will get the spot. He gets by Mark Moore. Bazowski back in 5th. White flag in the air for Jimmy Wires. Final time around, Wires working off the high side of turn number 2 and down the back. Checkered flags are out, and Jimmy Wires will win his first ever career win here at the New Egypt Speedway.
So Jimmy Wires wins the non-winners race. He will now go in the history books as a New Egypt Speedway Sportsman feature winner. Jordan Cox finished in second. Mike Toth, a strong top third. Mark Moore finished fourth. PJ Bazowski fifth. Ryan Marr was sixth. Duncan Molesworth seventh. Matt Martino eighth. Will Protenick was ninth. And Logan Starr rounds out your top 10. We're going to send it down to victory lane with what should be a very happy Jimmy Wires, with Pistol Pete Wortman here momentarily. Folks, when you're heading out, if you're watching online, don't forget, tomorrow, warm-ups at 5:30, post time 6:15. We move it up a little bit, and we expect a lot of cars here. We will be live at YouTube at 5:30 tomorrow night, live on YouTube at 5:30. Let's send it downstairs to Pistol Pete Wortman, who awaits Jimmy Wires in victory lane.
Jimmy Wires pulling into victory lane. Wires very impressive. He has not been here that often. Wires getting a good draw, but boy, he rode a great race holding off one of the veterans here. As he gets the apparatus off. Lavari Industries, Tuckahoe Turf Farms, Leader Landscaping, Professional Construction, DRK Professional Construction Services. All right, Jimmy Wires is out of the car. Let's hear it for Jimmy Wires. We'll get a word with Jimmy when he comes around here. I'm going to catch his breath. Jimmy, that was one heck of a run. You know you haven't run here a whole lot. This is what, your third or fourth time here?
We always suck here. Always suck. This place is tough. Johnny Leach was a good friend of mine. And we got a whole lot of guys on the side of this car that we lost. Chickie's dad, my Uncle John. There's a lot of people that aren't here anymore. And we do this because it's the only thing we know how to do. And we miss them.
Absolutely. Your Uncle John, boy, he was wired around this place. Not to use a pun, but, I mean, he was one of the top sprint car drivers around here at the time. Tell us who you want to thank. That was a heck of a race. You know, you got a good draw, which always helps. But, you know, Jordan Cox really gave you a hard time, and he's a veteran here.
I don't know who was second, but I got to thank Chickie, Charlie. I really don't even work on the car. I come home, and it's pretty much ready. And, you know, Jules and Frank and Tommy and Chicker and Charlie and my son Cole and Nikki and, yeah, I mean, all them guys, they put the car together. I got 3 jobs, so I'm not home very much, but the cars are at my house, and, you know, it's fun. It's been 20 years, I think. My son over there wasn't even born when I quit and hung everything up and sold everything, so it's been a while since we won anything.
Well, congratulations, Jimmy, and now you're locked in. You got a guaranteed spot tomorrow night no matter what happens in qualifying.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's hear it for Jimmy Wires, your winner of the Underdog non-winners race here at New Egypt tonight. Let's send it back up to Jim Murdoch for a few final words.
Well, thank you very much, Pete Wortman. These will be a quick final words because it's cold out there and everybody wants to go home. We'll see you all tomorrow night, 5:30. Hot Laps post time, 6:15. On behalf of Pistol Pete Wortman, Nikki Leach, our General Manager, Chris Moore, Operations Director, Mark Blackwell. My name is Jim Murdoch. For Dustin, for Ryan on the camera, we will see you all again tomorrow night. Thank you and good night, and drive home safely.